program on our career mode. We've been making pretty good progress and all that good stuff. And all that kind of good stuff. So where we left off, we just put a big, ridiculous space station around the moon because the contract said, I want this 2-ton monstrosity of a space station around the moon. And you're like, 22 tons is an effing large payload. But we did it. It's there. It's doing its thing. And we're going to immediately chase that by doing another space station that's going to be going around Minmus. We don't care about any of those. Alright. I was going to say, we have gone to any other body than the moon. We have gone to Minmus. We haven't landed on Minmus. Because I've been primarily moving forward based on the, based on contracts. So this is effectively a slightly reduced version of the one that went to the moon station. Because this big space station here thing on the end, this had a whole extra like 6 tons worth of rocket up here on that one. Because I needed, it was like 1,500 liters of monopropellant, an extra 4 places for people to be, and yada yada. So we did shave a lot of weight off of that. So let's just double check all our stuff. So that's the solar orbit one. That's not the one we're doing right now. Where was our Minmus space station? Here we go. So it needs a docking port, which is right there. It needs to have an antenna, which is right there. It needs to have the ability to generate power. We got solar down the whole side, and we still have the batteries because they don't waste hardly anything, and I'm not going to take the time to remove them, so whatever. It needs to be fully assembled. Thumbs up. It needs to support 12 Kerbals. 2, 6, 10, 14. So that's 14. That's more than 12. Alright, maybe calm down a little bit. Generally speaking, the way I approach the channel is I don't be like, hey, PG-13 or whatever. The joke is, I'm okay if, with what is said, the boss might give you some side-eye. The moment the boss feels a need to stand up and walk over to talk to you, if they overheard it, then that's too far. But if that doesn't define it, PG-13-esque is the safe area. Let's see, there are contracts to the moon before Minmus. Minmus is easier to get to. The game treats the moon as the easier of the two. Whether or not that's reality, broadly speaking, the game does treat the moon as like your first thing after Kerbal, then Minmus. I think it's literally just how far is it from Kerbal is the way it kind of treats it, broadly speaking. So we got that. We do have the processing lab. The 4,000 liquid fuel, that's 4,000 liquid fuel. And we did not have to touch into that. Like literally our currently in orbit moon station still has over 4,000 liters of fuel and weighed over 6 tons more of payload. So that's the reason I'm like, this should be fine. And the other ones are just put it in orbit. So we should be good here. Now before I forget, we want to chuck some scientists on here. Hey, Tratop and Harmor, you've never been on any of our journeys, and you're brand new here, and we know nothing about you, but have you ever wanted to be left in space for an extremely extended duration on a faraway planet? Yeah? Sounds good. Right now, the shuttle doesn't have... Let's say, right now, the shuttle doesn't have, Alright, let's expand that. I'll say right now the shuttle doesn't actually have the docking port in a place that'd be useful. That could be a thing. I mean, I commented that usually one of the things that happens when it comes to your really far out stuff. So in real life, you'd just have a satellite and you'd launch it and you'd kind of release it onto its path. And then, you know, it just kind of keeps going. You just have the whole thing planned from the front. So like when you're leaving orbit of Earth, you slingshot it out the way you want it to go. And they'll have some that'll do like course corrections as they're out there and whatnot. But broadly speaking, you plan it all well in advance. And so whatever maneuvers you do tend to be really small maneuvers after the initial leave the solar system, or leave the Earth's gravity. Otherwise, it's usually aim for a celestial object, swing around it, and just minor correction to get where we want it. We'll bring you over. It's a little steeper than I should go, but that's okay. Alright. Hey, Ash, how's it going? They no longer need to be looking at that. But for the moment, we're still full thrust. This will gradually come over. I may have started that earlier than I should have. But step one is we just got to get this thing in orbit. Last time, that was not that hard of a thing to make happen. Oh, I absolutely revert and quick save. We've had a lot of times where you're like, literally you put the rocket on the pad, you'll hit start and the whole rocket will just collapse in and explode. And then you'll take the exact same rocket, no changes, and you'll load it and it'll be perfectly fine. Kerbal Space Program, the engine is not reliable enough for a true permadeath thing, in my opinion. There's definitely games that I'm down with the permadeath. I play a permadeath on a lot of games, in fact. But KSP, the systems are not reliable enough to go with that kind of thing. Like, I could see the allure of doing, like, a challenge run. Okay, so we're no longer dragging. I'm backing off the thrust a lot. And while you're starting to level out your orbit, our goal here is min-miss. I'm going to switch this over, no longer going... There, we're going to drop this over. We're not being as efficient as I probably should be, which I might regret. Stop trying to bring it back. I want to keep you around here. I need to make it a group where I can do this. Okay. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'll need to turn those back on. But this middle engine is way more fuel efficient than the outer ones. So if I can get away with running it instead, I will. You want to do the CurbNet system of satellites one day, but you suck at the game too much yet. Yeah, and it'll be curious to see, like, that kind of stuff, because I'm still not super familiar with a bunch of it. Alright, so I think realistically... I have to tone this down. That's fine. Just trying to get into orbit with hopefully not wasting more fuel than I have to. Not feeling great about how we're doing so far. I'm definitely being way less efficient than I was in my previous one. We did way, way better on our last one. This might be a mulligan just because of, the efficiency side of things. There's still several thousand, but once we get into that middle tank, we don't get much time before I'll technically have failed, because I won't have enough liquid fuel for it. Okay, so I think we're good here, so let's unpin all of you. But now what I want to do is pin that to know when to pop those side ones. Because we're going to be a little bit inefficient here because we'll be on the apoapsis working on our orbit. As opposed to, like, past the apoapsis, sorry. Being at it's actually ideal, but you just can't maintain it because it takes time to burn. We want to get to about 2100 ms. That'll put us into proper orbit. And then we'll have to see what we can do to hopefully not burn any more fuel than absolutely necessary to reach our, Ooh, you know what I didn't think about? I can make this way more fuel efficient here. So, grab you. Grab you. Grab you. So that's one. Okay, so you're this one. Uncheck that. Can you? So what I'm doing here is I'm taking the side ones here.
Thank you Sakura_witch for subscribing for 4 months.
And thank you, Sakura Witch, for the tier 1 sub. That's 4 months you've been subbed to channel, and I really do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff, because it'd be strange for you to keep subbing if you didn't. But thank you so much for that continued support. Alright. Well, now you've changed my orientation. Okay. So now we can manually decouple you. Get out of here. And decouple you. So I still got the fuel in these two tanks, but we just ditched a bunch of weight. Okay, we're in a stationary orbit now. That'll help us a bit with our Delta V. Alright, so now the catch is getting out to Minmus. Okay, so you would be way off there. Okay. That gets us within 4,000. That's pretty close. Granted, that looks like it's supposed to be a direct encounter smash into it. Then 8-2. Then 8-5. It's hard to make out exactly. That looks like I might literally be slapping into it. Because I'm trying to do a gravity assist. There. Min-miss encounter. It doesn't look like I'm going to hit the moon. It looks like I'm going to gravity assist myself around it. Alright, so that is a very long burn. So we are 6 minutes and some change away. We're going to do a quick save here. Because we're going to run that same problem we ran into last time, where I'm going to have to do some shenanigans. Because if I start boosting for it at the 5 minutes out I need, it'll cut me across the atmosphere, which won't work. So we're going to have to like kind of slowly bleed into it and then course correct as we're along our way. Which does happen. Get a very slow burn here. I'll mark those tanks to keep an eye on their fuel. Let's get a little farther along. Let's get to around here, maybe. Just enough that I'm not trying to power through the side of the planet. Okay. Yeah, I'm a little concerned about the fuel, but we're okay so far. Okay, so you are on target. All right. So we're going full burn here. And I just want to keep an eye, because the moment this is empty, we want to kick those off. And then I do have about 1,600 fuel I can burn in here before we, before we've failed. If we burn more than 1,600 fuel out of here, we don't have enough fuel to qualify for the 4,000 we need, which we should be fine. Because that's going well into this phase, like almost a fourth of the way into that phase, a little under maybe, before we've ultimately run out. But yeah, so this one, the burn is just too long. Just doing our best. What should happen is as we burn, the direction we're traveling and our maneuver should become one and the same for at least a little while. But once these are depleted, we just kick those off and we'll have a lot more mobility. It'll still be kind of like steering a barn, but at least be a steerable barn. Yeah, and this will drop us in directly on it. And then once we're there, we can just use the last bit of fuel to just correct our orbit. Because we shouldn't be going that fast relative to it. Yeah, that is a real long burn. And the reason this burn is such an excessive thing is we're still moving probably 16 tons of payload. Plus I have these that are effectively acting as just glorified fuel tanks. But it doesn't matter that they weigh that much. That's just how long it takes me to get them moving. If I turn these engines on, they're just going to burn way more fuel faster. So it's just my acceleration takes more time. Okay, so it's almost staging time. And then that'll help with the burn time quite a bit because it'll weigh a lot less. Alright. And if that drops down to about 2,000, we've failed. We could pin both of these. That's cumulatively between those, it needs 4,000 in there. And this should be the only really big burn we have the whole time. Is the one we're doing now. All the other ones should just be like little burns here and there of like 50 ms, 10 ms, that kind of thing, to adjust our course. We might have a little bit of an okay sized one right at min-miss. And this will be the trick, is how close I can hit to that exact same path, because that path drops me right on min-miss. And likely I'll have a tweak or two to do, because we won't be exactly right because of how long this burn is take, how much off timing we are. Come on. Now let's come back around. That is not at all what we were hoping for. The problem is now we're solidly on the wrong side of the moon. That's the issue we've got right now. That's the thing. I'm trying to put the maneuver as close to in front as possible. The issue is, if you see as I accelerate, because I'm moving faster and faster, I'm still on the wrong side of the moon. And I understand you're saying, like, right here, a couple seconds ahead. Maybe. But it's not. Like, you watch me tailing it. We're just moving, like, the moon's moving over. I'll just take way too much. So we just had that burn went way too late. And I don't think there's a realistic way we correct this path now. Just left or right? Not too much I could do here. Yeah, no, the problem is we're gonna have to revert that back. Yeah, so I'm just gonna have to start that burn way earlier. Because that's just basically the issue we've got with this right now, is when I'm at that stage, we don't have a whole lot of time to, like, do the burn. Because we're using one engine to push a heck of a lot of weight, it ends up being a very, very limiting kind of thing. Do you need the moon gravity assist? Probably not. But at that stage, I'm already going out in the wrong direction for what we would be aiming for. Losing efficiency due to drag because I'm going too fast. Yeah, no, actually we had a really good curve there. It was just a matter of I didn't have quite enough for what I needed there. I want to keep that going up. basically at the edge of the atmosphere now. Slightly down to train a little bit of our apoapsis for periapsis. Okay. Just trying to kind of hold. So I'm watching this time down here. I'm just trying to kind of hold it even. All right. That's a really weird stance, Crow. Just not liking them because of their name. Okay, shut these all down. Crank it back up. You think you know what happened last time with the burn time calculations? You could be that the game calculated times the two large engines producing thrust till it drained. No, it was giving me the right amount of time, but the problem was the burn was a 5-minute time because I'm dragging all this junk with me right now, where these are just glorified fuel tanks. And so it just takes me a long time to change my acceleration. So let's pin you and grab you. So out. Wait, no, I want this the other way. So we're keeping that. Keeping... Yeah, we've got this one. So then out. 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 So that one's all sorted. So unpin you, grab you instead, pin you. Out. 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 Decouple. Decouple. They kicked off a bunch of weight. But yeah, I know the idea is because of how much weight we're dragging, it was like, okay, you need a 5-minute burn because we only have a TWR of 0.19 with just the one engine running. If I turn these two engines on, it'll go a lot faster, and that might be what I should do here, but it does ultimately mean that we will have a bit more of a struggle. Okay, so our destination is Minmus. You're definitely not in the right spot. Yeah, so I've got the problem right now where the moon is actually kind of bogarting me on what we actually want. I'm also off on the plane. Five degrees. .8. That's a moon encounter. Okay. So it would leave the moon to moon encounter a second time. Oh, you were so close. Okay, that'd be a min-miss encounter there. Definitely want it to be a better min-miss encounter, though. That's gonna be a tough min-miss encounter. I think we go to at least this stage, because if we get to that point, we can adjust this a little bit out here. So I go out here and try to like tweak it up and down just a little bit. There we go. That's a much better min-miss encounter. Okay. I think that's our maneuver, which means I need to already be making that maneuver. So you're going to have a lot of adjustments we're going to have to do because I have a long burn that I can't point at directly. We will deorbit ourselves. If we go this way, what'll happen? Why are you okay with that? I should see the periapsis just coming straight down. Okay, we're full send with it until the periapsis starts to get dangerously low. Would it help or hinder? That depends on how everything lines up. It's actually not a bad angle for doing this. It's the issue we have is as little power as this thruster has carrying this weight, my burn is just so long to do anything. That's the issue we're running into right now, is we're just dealing with like too long of a burn. Let's actually, you know what, with that in mind, that'll cut our burn down to 2 minutes. We're going to lose a lot of fuel efficiency doing that, which is the concern here. But should make it easier for me to at least land in the ballpark of what we're looking for. Okay. We gave a little bit of fuel efficiency to hopefully make that a lot closer to the correct burn time. So we're only going to go over about 20 seconds on the burn time. Because this is one of those things that, like, the lining up whether you hit or miss is down to, like, fractions of an MS. Just the tiniest inkling of a Delta V. Okay. Don't worry about the speed I'm burning this fuel, though. We are burning that fast, because remember, we got to keep this, so we have liquid fuel of 4,000 in that stage. But I only have to get into orbit. Doesn't have to be a specific orbit, doesn't have to be, like, so close, so far, just any orbit will do. Let's see, or 0.1 degree too far south here. Could be 50 miles off of at the moon. That means thousands off Minmus. You agree. Orbital mechanics are hard and very complex. Yeah, it's just, they're very, very fine detail. It's one of the reasons why even with the burn time, you'll see me back off the throttle once we start getting close, because it's so fast to just blast past. Yeah, we could do a refueling mission. That is certainly an option. I don't like to do 2 launches for one thing. If it's heavy enough, it's like, okay, I accept that reality. But generally, you'll find I tend to be pretty stubborn about trying not to need that. It's not giving me what I want here. We do have the moon part of the mission. So can we put a maneuver adjustment over here somewhere? Get that slingshot we want. Try it differently. It's marking the second path, I need on the first path. Okay, not that way. way too much of burn. What we could do is go around here, add a maneuver. Okay. The wrong way. Would you like a hint? No, that's okay. Yeah, no, if you want to get there, because what I'm trying to do is use primarily the blue here, because that should take me closer to the moon. Part of the issue is we're too high up on that plane. Now, another possibility is that we get closer to the moon and we adjust at the moon. Instead of trying to correct it back here, get to where at the moon part here. I didn't want to focus on the moon, that's fine. (6.1), 6.9, so wrong way. (-3.9). It's not helping. Because it feels like I have to correct it on the lead-in. We're burning time here. There. Minmus encounter. So I've got a minute and some change to the burn. It is going to cost me another 174 fuel. We can correct the path. We're gonna be pushing our luck. I don't think we're gonna pull this off because of just not having enough delta. Like, we'll run ourselves below the 4,000. I'm gonna try for it. Okay, so you're gonna be this way, not towards the retro or whatever. Like, we definitely have enough fuel in the initial launch to do it. But just the burn-in is going not quite the way we want it. Well, putting myself into moon orbit, then escaping moon orbit, does cost me more fuel and Delta V than just kind of gracing past it real quick. There we go. So let's fast forward all the way over here. We're focused on the wrong thing. The question is, do I have... Do I have enough fuel to fix my maneuver on the other side? Which is a really big if right now, because I have to spare about 300 liquid fuel. Okay, SCS, retrograde. We want to get to around here. On retrograde. Yeah, you don't have to use the moon. Like, just getting there, if you're not trying to ship a certain amount of fuel and a station and all that, Minmus definitely is the easier target. But, in our case, with what we got going on, there's a lot. Let's go ahead and bring it up closer to here. Okay, we're right on the horizon line. We're not going to get much better fuel efficiency or trying to orbit. We've got 2 minutes, well, 3 minutes until... Why are you not responding? Oh, antenna out. Okay. The same idea, we want to keep laying the periapsis Go on, this will slowly bend. But we're just... Oh man, we've already burnt almost 100. The lightest burn you can. Gonna take a minute, because we are retrograde from the orbit. We're right on that fence of failure. The good news is we're moving very slowly in this orbit. So we should see this collapse pretty quickly. The bad news is I got 144 liquid fuel to go. 154 liquid fuel to go before we failed by not having the fuel I require. Alright, we're getting there. Come on. $120 to go before I'm out. We are starting to see this bend more and more, and it will bend faster. And then that apoapsis will suddenly go from being negative whatever to just snapping down into a real number. $50, well, 104 to go or whatever. Feather it down more. The closest to the periapsis where we are, the better. $45 on each of them. It's gonna be right down to the edge. I do think we're gonna fall just short though if my napkin math is going right. Come on, keep bending. Like I said, you'll hit a certain point, we'll just snap around real fast. It'll probably be pretty close to 0 on the orbit. $32 on each engine. Turn faster. Faster. Come on. $28. Yeah, in the apoapsis you can see it is going up faster and faster and faster. We are very... Oh, we're doing a polar orbit. Okay. $25. You don't want to jinx it, but imagine having to send a refueler for like 20 liters. Honestly, if it gets that close, what I might actually be able to do is get one of the Kerbals out and push. Of which, imagine, you're getting close. We're starting to have it get all finicky where it would break orbit and fall right back into a path that... Oh, nope, nope. 19. As soon as it goes halfway, we're good. Orbit. And we still got 17, well actually 34 liters of fuel between them to spare. We have achieved our objective. That had like 0 wiggle room. I mean, it had more wiggle room, but we used it. But it had 0 remaining wiggle room. So SAS off. It doesn't matter which way we're facing. Let's go ahead and get all of our science-y stuff going. So keep that science. Open this up. Why is your periapsy do? What is currently going on? You have no thrust. No, the engine... Oh, the engine is on. Thank you. I must have hit it. Okay, we're fine. I must have hit the wrong button. Okay, so before that gets more cursed, you're shut down. Oh, if I hit the other button. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're okay. The good news is because I achieved my objective, it means I have 4,000 liters of fuel to do whatever corrections I need to do. Store that data. Store that data. Store that data. We will need to level up our crew. And then we'll grab one of our crew and EVA them out. Grab our EVA report. Climb back in. Let's see, review data. Keep that data. And then with this, we will start our research. Okay, and you will be producing about 2.65 research a day. And you could just spiral out here and you just keep doing your science. Next, we started another run with the current mode with like 110 mods. Yeesh. What's up? Just getting our next science station up here, which we still have the rocket engine on here. That way later on, when we finish all of the science out in high up Minmus orbit, we could then drop into close Minmus orbit and repeat the whole process. How much food and air do they have? 0. They're plants. The unofficial canon is that the Kerbals are actually a form of plant life. And therefore do not need food and all that. It doesn't make sense. But if they did start adding requirements for like your food and your air and all this kind of stuff, it'd honestly be pretty obnoxious to deal with. Because it wouldn't let you really do, it wouldn't let you really do any type of, thing. I actually technically get suborbital flight. Yeah, no, I 100%, they just need carbon dioxide. They're orcs? Yep, they're a type of fungus. But still, the point is, this isn't a survival game. It's not meant to be a survival game. You don't need to do any survival mechanics for your Kerbals. The only survival they have to worry about is blunt force trauma and incineration are the only threats to your Kerbals. So let's go ahead and grab a scientist. We're actually getting to the price point that our hiring people is getting really expensive. I do have one spare, so we'll just get one scientist. Man, hiring people in this economy is rough. We just need to rescue more Kerbals. Plant flag on Minmus. We have 12 years. We'll end up grabbing that because that is going to happen. We have rescue from you from moon orbit. 9 years, so we'll do that when it's convenient. New orbital station around the moon, 14 years. Needs to support 13 Kerbals. It'll give me a bunch of science and a bunch of money, because it'll be about $500,000 by the time it's all said and done. 14 years. Ferry tourists to their destination, which is to land on the moon. So we're going to take it all. Well, so this is interesting. Alright. So, let's look at what I would need for the moon one, and how much do you cost? So you're $250,000 and we get $500,000 upon success. So we will make money. So you want where it can handle 13 Kerbal, so we got 2, 6, 10, 14. So we're good there. We've got this. You need 1,500 units of monopropellant, which we do not have on board. So that's 1, 2. And in this case, because I already have a science station, and I'm really getting kind of short on the, and I'm getting really short on scientists. So we're just going to rip off the stuff we're actually doing a bunch of science. I'm going to go ahead and rip off a bunch of this. And the reason I'm yoinking a bunch of this stuff off is I am going to put this thing up. And then I'm going to abandon it. Because we already do have one that fulfills this need. And we're just needing the extra funds right now. So I am just cutting away a lot of stuff to cut the price a little bit. Okay, so just double checking. We've got our lab. We've got our capability of holding 14 Kerbals, which I only need 13. It's fully assembled. It's got its 1,500 monopropellant that it wants. There isn't any other additional junk it wants added onto this. Those are all just structural. We've got the docking port as required. We've got the ability to generate power as required. And even though, yeah, we've got the antenna as required. So that'll all satisfy that. Make sure no one's on board. Cool. And launch away. So this one, like I said, we're just going to put it around the moon, then we're going to abandon it. Actually, we're not going to abandon it. What we're going to go ahead and do with this one is we're going to put it around the moon and then do 2 birds, 1 stone, where I still have the mission that I need to dock 2 ships together around the moon. So we get this, we put it around the moon, we get our hey, you did it, here's your ribbon, all that good stuff. And then once we get credit, we immediately just kind of drop off worrying about that and go dock it with the other one. And then they can just both sit there doing whatever, and that'll satisfy that. Hey Iggy, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Iggy Made, another content creator on the platform, plays a whole range of different games. You know, a bit of overlap here and there and all that good stuff. VTuber, good time over there. So if all that stuff. Yeah, I've been doing some Lost Odyssey. I know I've heard of that game. I do not remember that game. But there are many, many games that are excellent that I am unaware of. Which is part of the nice thing about having so many different channels out there, is you can go find out about all those games. Oh yeah, I also have the one here to go into solar orbit, which would actually be pretty easy to pull off. We can do the solar orbit one next. Prograde that. Show our maneuvering stuff. Also, it's like a 360 JRPG by the makers of Final Fantasy. It's one of your faves? Nice. I know it sounded familiar. Just one of those things that, you know, you reach back in the old brain vault and you go, what the heck is going on? What is anything? Let me scroll this up so I don't think I failed. I forgot we still have a solar station to do, which will be interesting. Solar orbit station. So that'll probably be our last one we put people around. That way we can get all of these set up and going. Okay, and you don't have a fuel requirement. Yeah, so you have no fuel requirement, so as long as they get into orbit, we don't care. The only thing we'd have to worry about wasting is our monopropellant, and there's no RCS equipped on this one. So I couldn't use it up if I wanted to. It's a Miss Walker Studios game. Really good, sad, and long game. Yep, that checks out. So let's go ahead and ease up that. Switch you over. Because this one we just need to put in moon orbit. Once that's done, like I said, we'll make one more of these that we're going to put into solar orbit. When's the last time you checked on the Eve mission? It has been a while, and if we look at our timer right here, we still have 350 days. These missions we're doing only take in-game, like, a couple of days here and there. I need to make an action group if we're going to keep reusing this style of rocket, where we can take all these mainsails and just hit a button and just shut them all down. Or vice versa, turn them all back on as they're trying to get away with being more fuel efficient or not. Go. That's actually one of the reasons why with like the Eve mission. So I could just go fast forward till it's time to do Eve's thing, basically fast forwarding a year. But broadly speaking, I don't care for doing that. I'd much rather send up more rockets doing more things. And then, you know, when we get close to Eve's mission, then I'd do that. Alright, so I'm going to have to turn these back on. Turn them off prematurely. I'm going to go full thrust. Back it off again, because now we got about 3 minutes out. Shut them back off. And we're just doing that because the Poodle engine here in the middle, it gets an extremely, specific impulse. This basically lets me know how fuel efficient it's going to be, and it's at 350 or so. And I want to say these ones are like 330. It's not a huge difference. But over the course of, like, giant maneuvers between planets and all that, it does add up rapidly. Now, Kerbal Space Program is absolutely a game you can just not learn about all that stuff and be like, but what if we put another fuel tank? But what if we added more thrust? But what if we added another fuel tank? Because while the more you add to the rocket, the more and more problematic it becomes, because the more weight, the more fuel, the more fuel, the more weight. you know, you just keep going back and forth with this and keep building up. But you never do hit the point where you can't add more and not gain from it. It's just, instead of gaining a whole lot of, you know, a whole lot of extra delta V, you're going to get like very nuanced amounts because you're wasting so much of that potential energy just, you know, lifting the thing to get that extra little nudge. Okay, we're almost in orbit. A very lopsided orbit, but that's fine. We're just going to the moon. This is a throwaway one. We're just fulfilling a contract, and then we're never going to care about it again. Pick all these up. When that hits 0, we stage. Because, chat, we choose to go to the moon. Not because it is easy, but because we are being paid to do so, and I like money. At least I'm honest about these things. Alright, so we are in a stable orbit now. So we want to be around here for our maneuver. Alright. And that'll be good. That means we're getting close enough there that the moon will pull us back in and then throw us out the other side. And with that kind of a thing, we can just bring it around. So that's going to be, again, a really long burn. Which is the one big problem with this rocket, is just... It is a big old chunker, and it takes a lot to get going. So when it's like, okay, do a burn to maneuver to this thing, it's like, cool, how long's the burn? Oh, that crap's like 5 solid minutes of burn time. Come on, swing it around. Swing it around. You can get there. We'll manage. I really need to get, with some of our future science, I need to get the better reaction wheel. We are definitely riding up on the limit on our current equipment. Or I just need to be adding like 3 or 4 reaction wheels. Alright, we're on the mark. Our burn is pretty late, but I think it'll work out okay. It doesn't look like we're going to dip the atmosphere. We're just full send until the moon. That said, in about 92 delta V, we kick these off because they still have fuel in them, so we might as well drag them along as glorified gas tanks. And then we punt that all off and we move about our way. And just so we don't forget and lose control again when we're away, we can extend our antenna. Okay. Now, so we'll get a little bit better. So we're going from like 4 minutes, it's probably going to drop to like 2 minutes, a little under the moment I pop these. And empty. So get out of here. It didn't actually change the calculation, which is interesting. That's fine. We just keep on burning. Because, yeah, we want to get, like, if we're anywhere in here, even if we don't get quite as perfect a maneuver, that's fine. As long as we have an interaction with the moon's gravity, we can, you know, reverse course, throttle back, whatever we have to do to drag ourselves into the moon's orbit. I just need to hit close enough that we catch some gravity. Once we're in the gravity, you know, well, of the moon, the rest from there is just not a big problem. Okay. It'll be nice when I don't have to move ridiculously heavy rockets and we're like, alright, we're sending a satellite dish out into the abyss. That could be a lot easier where you just put like the basics for sending data back. Relay at home, that kind of thing. I do like putting up the mobile labs and having them give me that trickle science. Again, that'd be another thing where if we were just fast forwarding to like do Eva's thing, I would just suddenly cash in 100 science from all the science being sent by the labs. But I'm down to keep doing our missions and then get like that trickle feed of science every so often, where every once in a while it affords me a new technology and whatnot. But I do think the big missions we got coming up soon is probably going to be landing on Minmus. Now, the catch is, when it comes to landing on Minmus, it wants me to land on Minmus and put down a flag, which does mean landing a Kerbal there and then getting them home. Now, we do have our shuttle. I don't know how much more Delta V the shuttle needs to get to Minmus versus the moon and land and take off. I actually have no idea the rough amount of Delta V to get into orbit from Minmus and home. Home is probably not bad. I'm willing to bet home is actually not that much Delta V, relatively speaking. But the orbit I don't remember. It's been too long since I've done anything on the surface of Minmus. I've also been holding off and doing a lot of the stuff like landing on Minmus and that because there's all the extra science tech we can get. And it would be good to get to Minmus and have more of that unlocked so I could just plunk it. You could do a docking and refueling station. Yeah, so we do actually have... Right, we literally have a station floating around Minmus right now with 4,000 fuel on it. I literally already have what could be a refueling station. Because 4,000 fuel is a decent amount. Okay. That should be doable, though. Because then as we come in here, I can just retrograde. Yep, so let's bring you around. Because while I'm be pulling away from the moon, its gravity's gonna be pulling me back. Where did my interaction go? Have you lied to me, game? There we go. I was about to say, I was like, where's my interaction? That's the whole idea. Retrograde. We don't need to do anything special with this orbit, it just has to be orbit. I mean, honestly, for that matter, that also means I have a fuel setup here as well. That we can literally, if we just put a docking port on our shuttle can now go to those planets. There's a Delta V map in the Steam community under the game page. Yeah, I know I can look that up. I usually just don't. If it's not in game, it's not real. Can't hurt me. I know I can look it up to get the numbers to plan all ahead. But I feel like part of the fun is to go and experiment and, you know, go make your journey and all that. You can't math it out completely yourself, but you can kind of move in that broad direction. Yeah, we should get a lot closer. We're being inefficient here. This is fuel I can use for other, like, rescue missions and all that later. Okay. And thank you, Century Cookie, for the 750 stream streak. Catch the last 750 streams without missing a single one. Really do appreciate it. Yeah, but no, it's one of those things, like, there's a little bit of discovery you can do in the game so far as getting a gauge of how much these things take. I usually don't even bother with that, because, like, you can kind of figure out, it's like, oh, it takes this much delta V for me to get to an area, based on a couple of different things. But nobody has the time to do that math, except for the people who actually took the time to do that math. But I don't want to take the time to do that math. Math is for nerds, and definitely no one who's into space would be a nerd, right? What is... Oh, that's my exit. I was just seeing this over here, I'm like, what are you? It's like, oh, right, that's me when I exit the moon's orbit. That's over 2 years? What's over 2 years? Oh, the stream streak? Yes. And then consider I don't stream every single day of the week, and there's been several weeks I've ended up taking off for, like, TwitchCon and family visiting and that kind of stuff. Literally, Cookie has that stream streak from when stream streaks were a function added to the platform. Like, they're the only one I'm aware of that still has that. We had one other who was right up there with Cookie, but they did just kind of have their stream streak break, like, last week. So it's honestly one of those things. As much as it is impressive that Cookie has managed to do that, because that is very impressive that he managed to catch every single stream for the last, like, 3 years, which is ridiculous. It's also impressive that it didn't break that entire time, because either of those failing would have caused that to not be a thing. We've all been counting the days, being like, all right, when's it gonna break? Because we had a lot of people who are on, like, that 300-ish line, and that's usually about as far as I see most people get before ultimately the stream streak breaks on them. But we did have 2 people who are, like, in the 700s that have held out that long. I know we've also got a couple people in the 500s, I want to say. But I'd say at this point we probably have maybe like 10, maybe a dozen people who are, like, in that 300 to, like, 400 range. And I think we only have, like, maybe 2 or 3 that are 500 or higher. Okay. So we're full reverse now. And then, like I said, this is going to end up being 2 different missions finished. We'll get our first mission finished. You're almost back up to 500, and you're broke in the mid-200s the first time around. Yeah. So I get you into orbit. So we stop here, we get our credit. So we gotta wait 10 seconds. And then this mission is done. And then the other one, I have to dock.
Thank you Thaverlast Lardine for subscribing for 30 months. Wowzers.
And thank you to the very last Lardine for the tier 1 sub. That's 30 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate that. And I do have been enjoying the stream and you enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. Okay, so we have gotten credit for our station doing station things. So we're gonna set making one of these meet the other one as our next objective. We're gonna add a maneuver here. Let's bring that around. You want to catch it right around halfway. Yep, so that'll be 0. And with that, bring it way in here. That's fine. We'll start there. That puts you slightly behind. And then we'll bring the other one in. Okay, so you got a 24-second burn. So let's bring it around. It's almost an exact retrograde burn. Slightly off retrograde. Because like I said, I'm going to dock these two up. Because originally I was just going to abandon them. Like, well, you still have thousands of units of fuel in you. We can just hook you up to our station. And we can use it for refueling purposes. And that'll also satisfy the objective of the docking together. Okay. You haven't missed a stream since you followed? Yep. Okay, so slightly off, but that's okay. And it actually puts us a little closer than our initial one. So let's get to around here. Add maneuver, not add maneuver, that's not actually what I want. Let's get to around there. Switch to target. And I'll switch to retrograde. Where you live, you regularly lose power for days at a time. Yeah. Well, that's definitely one of those things that getting those stream streaks, you like part it's people putting in the time and all that stuff, but it's also part, honestly, just, you know, privilege, opportunity, that kind of thing, because you have to have a schedule that, you know, is steady enough to do that kind of stuff. You have to have reliable enough internet. You have to have reliable enough power. You can't be dealing with, like, you know, where you might have to run to help family members for, you know, extended period of time. Like, there's a lot of stuff going there, and that's not to say it's still not impressive or whatever, but it is a thing that, you know, for people who can't do that, like, not feel like they're not valued or whatever. It's just a fun little thing to be like, hey, I tune in regularly, yada yada. Just, you know, because I also worry about people over-investing themselves in it to the detriment of their, you know, to their detriment and all that. So now we're going to do the burn. Yeah, no, they definitely have things that make it a lot better now. Because it was, if you missed the stream, you were just out of luck. But they have done things to make it better. At least you get some stuff. It'll still bug on you sometimes, but at least there's some chance you might escape the bug. Okay, so you want to bring this around as close as it lets us. $20, $19, $15, $13, $10, $6, $5, $4, $3. Okay, so 3 is as close as we're getting. So now what we do is we warp over there. You're all for turning it off when Cookie's stream streak breaks. Yeah, that's kind of what I said. Is once the 2 big stream streak breaks, I might turn it off. It's definitely been on the fence of that for a while. Hey, Lurk Queen! Thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a shout out for Lurk Queen? Another fantastic creator on the platform. Does like a lot of RimWorld among other things, so definitely good times. Yep, playing some RimWorld. So if you like RimWorld and similar games, you can find that all over there. Definitely a good time. But yeah. But thank you for the raid and all that stuff, and welcome on in. We're just doing some Kerbal Space Program things real quick, where we are trying to dock up 2 stations around the moon, because I happen to have 2 stations by the moon, and I have an objective to dock 2 vessels at the moon, so just gonna do that. How am I doing? I'm doing alright, hanging in there. Let's see how long the big ones are able to ride it out, then close it down. Definitely gets into a lot of weird pressure to kind of watch territory for a lot of people. Yeah, no, it's definitely a thing. I do wish for the, we were talking about stream streaks, by the way. I do wish from the stream streaks mechanics kind of thing, there was the ability to go in and be like, I want to disable stream streaks for me, kind of thing. So if you're someone who knows that that is going to mess with you, that you're going to have that kind of, you're going to run to that behavior where you're, like, over-investing in it, that kind of thing, you could be like, I personally want to opt me out of this. Alright, so we should be getting to the point here pretty soon where this should be equalizing out. So with this one, I'm gonna hit my relative speed to each other to 0, and then I'm gonna put it on approach. That's a fun emote. I do like that emote. It's got a lot of fun emotes. And it's especially impressive because a lot of emotes, when you're trying to put anything of substance in there, can be really hard. That there's just not much room to do it. Yeah, that'd be another option, is that you could cap the stream streak and be like, hey, you've achieved whatever stream streak. You know, you get the bronze watcher prize or whatever. And then once you've got the prize, it stops counting. Or, like, it stops visibly counting. It's definitely one of those things I could see them doing a lot with stream streaks to really help it out. Okay, so 2.5 kilometers, 5 kilometers. What we do here is we keep thrusting that just until it hits about 0. And now what we do is we take you off that. How close are you now? It's not super clear. Okay, so what we do now is we look to see what direction it is relative to us. This is going to be a little tricky because I didn't think to put actual RCS on here. Okay, so it's to the right because that's reverse to it. Come on. Yeah, so it's 3.8 from us. So what we want to do now, this is going to be so hard to dock. No RCS, and my only thing is go. We're just going to go here. We're going to get ourselves a little bit of speed towards it. And the worst thing is I actually do have the RCS fuel on this thing because it was part of the objective for the station. I just didn't bother putting RCS that. Does the other one have RCS? That is an excellent question that I don't think it does. Okay, we got a little bit of a nudge towards. So it'll be a 0.6 around here. 0.5. 0.4. 0.3. 0.2. So it's warp over there. And then once we're that close, we are no longer worrying about that side of things. Okay, so retrograde. Oh, we're going to overshoot because I'm going to take so long to turn around. Get out and push, people. So what we're going to need to do is go past it, because these have almost the same design. This one's a bit heavier than the one I have here, but very similar designs. So we want to kill our relative speed entirely. We want to ever so slightly overshoot it towards the front, then turn around, and we just need to point the tips at each other and just give each other a little poke. Come on, keep turning, keep turning, keep turning. I need you, like, I can't early burn this. We need to actually be on target with all this stuff. Come on. Come on. Come on, you're almost there. You can potentially do it. We're resting our speed before we get too far away. Okay, so with that, we need to bring it around. The other around. I'm glad that that like cave drawing emote is still around. I need you to actually spin. You got power and everything. At least I'm pretty sure you have power. You got power. You know what? That's fine. Just keep on going. We'll turn off the SAS. Just keep on spinning around. Get the whole way around. I'll catch you on the other side. Because fighting that momentum now, I might as well just let you flip. But like I said, we need to shoot kind of over here somewhere. So not straight at it, a little bit ahead of it. Enough that I can rotate around to then meet it head on. And give it a little poke. And if we poke it right, then our docking ports will connect. And you swing it to the right more. SAS back on. Start fighting the movement. So just ahead of you. Bring it down a little bit more than that. I'll go 1 meter a second that way. No more. And then I need to bring it around as fast as we can so that we can retrograde when we get over there. These were not the things to be doing this with. In case anyone wasn't keeping notes, this was not the correct approach to this nonsense. Okay, there's the retrograde there. So we're flipped to retrograde. Other might benefit from RCS. Yeah, that's the thing. We definitely should have had RCS for this. RCS, for me, was primarily around docking. You can do other maneuvers with it, but like docking is really where it shines. It's just when you really have to kind of like perfectly align things with each other versus having them relatively close to each other. It also means there is literally no benefit for me going into the docking mode, because again, I do have to just kind of poke them together, and they're either going to be lined up or they're not. So we want to let ourselves overshoot it. I think... I don't remember if you have RCS or not. Wait just a little bit longer. About halfway across our rocket is where we want that to be pointing at us. Wait for it. I've lost control of my rocket. We do not have control right now. The moon is obstructing my signal to Kerbal. I have accidentally clicked out of the window. This is a tragedy. I mean, we just have to wait till we get signal back. There's nothing I can do from here. And the other one's also robot controlled. There's scientists on board, but no pilot. Yeah, so still no control yet. Come on, Kerbal. I'm just drifting farther and farther away. There's nothing to do till we get around. So unfortunately, we are going to drift away from that. Glad it didn't put any real speed behind this. We'd just be blasting off at the distance, whereas here we might only get about 1 kilometer away. Just continue to wait to see Kerbal come over that horizon. Killing me here. Most of the time I go out, I don't end up using the robots, I end up using the Kerbals, so I'm not used to having lost control of this thing. No relays nearby? No, we haven't set up anything for relay purposes. Okay, so we've got ourselves back up on our signal. So the good news is arresting our speed and going towards that are the same direction. On, bring it back over. Yeah, I've never been good about taking the time to set up relays. A lot of that stuff because I played Kerbal Space Program way back before like science mode and career mode. Like I last played it, like really went for it around the time that science mode was added. So retrograde. So a bunch of stuff like setting up relay networks and all that kind of stuff, that was the territory of mods. None of that was in the base game at the time. Because yeah, setting up all that infrastructure on stream, I can't imagine people being entertained with me just setting up one satellite after another satellite after another satellite. Where's this one going? It's going in really wide Kerbal orbit. And where's this one going? It's going in really wide Kerbal orbit. And where's this one going? Guess where it's going? It's going in really wide Kerbal orbit. That way, no matter what side of the moon I am, there's always one satellite that I can relay around. Yeah, this is more entertaining. That's again, like, when you're playing the game, those can be actually kind of fun ones where you're like, yeah, I'm not doing a bunch of challenging stuff right now, I'm just putting a rocket to go to wherever. I'm going to be approaching the wrong side of the rocket. That's okay. Let's get ourselves close, and we'll do exact same maneuver we did last time, except now we won't lose signal halfway through it. You actually really enjoy the relay missions? Well, right, you gotta consider playing the game versus streaming the game. Because there's a lot of things in games that are a ton of fun to play, but are absolutely ridiculously boring to watch. Because there's a lot of games that are very, very, very good games to play, like very good fun time. Like Stellaris is a very entertaining and fun game. Streaming Stellaris and have it be at all entertaining isn't impossible, but it is very, very difficult. Usually you have to like really play up like you're going to be like doing a thematic run and really playing up almost not satire, but really like overemphasizing your thing. So if you're like being the fanatical hive mind or whatever, you have to like really kind of play the character, maybe cosplay. A lot easier with multiplayer, but I'm also with a game like Stellaris. Like when I played Stellaris, I like to play huge galaxy marathon mode where the whole game, like, I'll play the same save over, you know, a very extended period of time. But for, like, streaming, you need to have the thing of, like, the smallest galaxy, the fastest speed. It's not even an attention span thing. It's like there's a difference between playing a game for hundreds of hours on a save for yourself, where maybe a lot of time there's not a whole lot going on, versus, you know, something for someone to watch and be entertained. So very much me putting up one satellite dish that's the exact same, like literally not even building a new rocket, just launching the same rocket again and again, is very repetitive from the watching standpoint. It is weird though sometimes, because sometimes things you would on paper not expect to be very enjoyable get there. Like Farming Simulator is a game that can be very repetitive. American Truck Simulator is a game that can be very repetitive. Also, I very much enjoy watching those. There's just very chill, relaxing vibe kind of thing going for it. So there's a counter argument there to be made. Okay, so again, we want to aim somewhere in this area. So we want to aim ahead of it. Because if we aim straight for it, then we're just going to bop into it and accomplish nothing. Okay, that's the wrong way. It's a little too far ahead of it. Okay. Little more. That's probably about as close as we're gonna get. Okay. We've got our movement going that way. Set it to retrograde. So when we get really close, we can immediately start bringing around to a stop. And then just like before we lost signal, is we're going to try and bring ourselves to a stop so that the two rockets are kind of facing each other. And because I don't have RCS and all that, I'm just going to have to, like, eyeball it as close as possible to just getting the two to poke together. If we're close enough, it'll be fine. I just really need to make it very, very slow. I don't have RCS on this thing, which is a major mistake. To be fair, I hadn't planned on joining these up when I first started the mission. It's like, oh, right, we're here. I have a mission to dock two of these together, and they are both right here. Sure. Let's just poke the two together, get credit for that mission while I'm here. I've got the fuel. Okay, so you're here. Let that pass time. Looks like we're gonna be a little off target, but I think that'll be okay. We'll be close enough. It can't be too close because where the center of gravity is. Alright. Wrong way. Come on. Bring it around. I'm assuming the docking computer won't give me anything I can really use. No. Without RCS, the docking computer's pretty useless. It's gonna be a really hard to eyeball thing. It wouldn't be so bad if this thing wasn't so heavy and so hard to turn. I don't need to be perfect. If I'm at least close, we can finagle the rocket a little bit, so as we glide by, we bump and all that, but it still means a certain margin of error. Now, what I don't know is where we're marking that. Is that the docking port? It looks like that might literally be the docking part that's considering my connection point. So this might be one of those things that I aim ever so slightly, just a smidge above it, so I can angle down slightly. But we need to go plenty slow, because if I hit too hard, we'll just bounce off, or worse. It's so hard to get my brain around this. If we switch to docking, does this make my life easier? Not really. It makes it way harder, actually. It's honestly not a bad idea is to switch over to this one. You do have RCS. So you're approaching slowly. Can I quickly... The worst thing I have with trying to do the RCS and all that is I really, really struggle with, like, the directions and all that. Not unless it's, like, something very obvious, like there's an up-down and all that. Can't tell if we're on target or not. We have a ton of RCS just to use it. Okay, I cannot for the love of me. I struggle so hard with the RCS direction and all that. Okay, so we need linearly. Yes, like I'm holding this. What direction are you moving me? I have no idea what direction you're moving me. What direction you're moving me now? That appears to be forward. That's reverse. That's pitch up, pitch down. Yaw right and left. Every time you docked, which was rarely, you've had to select docking ports as targets. Yeah, but I can't. Control from here. Ah, okay. Alright, so now I need to do is switch you back to linear. So that's forward, back, up, so down. You don't appear to be doing anything. Yeah, what I'm trying to do is bring it down towards me a little bit. One thing we actually do to fix that is there, it'll lock it in place now. Dirty trick for those who don't know, when you fast forward it stops rotation. So we need to bring you back around. How are we doing on this? Yeah, we're barely touching it because I have so much on here. Okay. So pitch the other way. And we're almost there. So I'm gonna need to do here. Try and get ourselves down a little farther. Okay, tip it down a little bit more. Okay. And we keep waiting. And waiting. Go a little bit too far, deliberately. Stop it. Start getting it lined back up. Get a little reverse. A little reverse. It's not quite a great angle, but that might be workable. Come on, man. If they're going slow enough when we get there, they will start to slowly drag each other into position. It's got to be at least reasonably close, and we're pretty high up. This is a pretty steep angle we're coming in at. You can, but I find controlling especially the rockets with RCS very unintuitive because it's very hard to make out like what's up, what's down, what's left, what's right, that kind of thing. So I'm just trying to get the two rockets to just touch tips, and then hoping the magnets will take care of the rest. I don't think we made contact with it. On this pass, at least. Man, I wish I could move my camera anywhere but where it is. It seems like some of my steering here is causing the rocket to drift back. Like my rocket to drift back. So as I'm like correcting my direction, we drift back more and more. They keep trying to say control from here, but it's not taking it. Come on. Okay, we're back to 0. So switch you. That's the wrong way. Oh, you're still on docking. Try and adjust you to be roughly where its center of gravity is. Center of mass. Okay. You settle in place. Docking computer RCS on. Let's back off. So don't slap it when I turn. And set you over to rotation. Okay. Again, this wasn't the plan to begin with to do this. But we were here, and it's like, you know what? Might as well get it done. Because that's another contract out of the way. Do you have a docking port view? Not that I'm aware of. Such a thing would be great, and there probably is a button for it that I'm blissfully unaware of. Don't fight. Embrace it. Embrace the docking. May the magnets win. Very slowly, they'll settle in. And we have successfully docked 2 vessels by the moon. Alright. That was a big old pain in the butt. And Space Center. This went poke. To be fair, you usually don't take a giant thing like that and try and do it, and you use the bigger RCS. It is always one of those things, the cylinders with RCS I've always found to be difficult. Part of that is usually stuff like where I place the RCS and all that. Alright. Let's get those messages out there. But check for new contracts. So we have Explore Minmus. They don't mention any type of requirement so far as ETA. It's basically drop a Kerbal onto Minmus, get it home. We're going to eventually do that no matter what. Those are testing the thing. Expand Station, Cursed Minmus Orbital, and Cursed... Expand Station, Cursed Minmus Orbital Mark 1 around Minmus. Okay, so it's saying we already have this station here. And it has this fuel. And it says, hey man, what if you took your existing station and set it up such that it could handle 22 Kerbals, have almost 10,000 fuel on it, have an auxiliary processing lab, and monopropellant. And you know what? I don't care right now. I think I leave that alone for the moment. That doesn't seem like a thing worth me doing. Okay, so we're at 160. Is that enough research now to grab my next thing? It is. Okay. So, the electricity is a strong candidate. We unfortunately can't get over here. The command modules, I'm not too fussed about. So, the advanced reaction wheel is definitely something to consider. That'd make it so we can steer. I don't care about the aerodynamics. I don't care about the servos. You do have a slightly better docking port and all that. I'm not too worried about that. And better monopropellant kind of stuff. So, the only one I think I'd want here is to go after the advanced solar panels and all that, which is a prereq for all these types of like science gear and all that. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and grab you, because with that we'll be able to. Do I want to grab that yet? It might be worth holding off grabbing that in favor of grabbing all of the science stuff we have up here. I think we save. I think we save for the purpose of getting the scanning tech. And then we circle back to this. Because certainly getting the better solar panels would be tremendous. Let's save our science there. Alright, so let's go on to our missions. So we have land on Minmus and get a rock. Transmit data from a large crater in the moon. Land on the moon. Land on the moon. Get a stone from the moon. You want to just orbit Minmus. Plant a flag on Minmus. Save a person who's floating around Kerbal. We have building the station. Oh, right. Building the solar orbit station. Which should be relatively easy if I just chuck anything out of orbit of Kerbal. It'll get there. We got a bunch for land on the... Or these are actually fly by the moon. And that one's actually orbit Minmus. We have the rescue people on there. Okay, so... what do we actually need for the solar orbit one? So you want a new station with an antenna, has a docking port generator, yada yada. 6,000 units of liquid fuel. That's gonna be pretty rough. And only 7 Kerbals, though. Okay, let's get our last one of our stations up. This will be a solar orbit station. But we'll go ahead and chuck that into solar orbit. Now, the things it needs, so you need, let's check your info again. So you need, for the solar orbit, 6,000 units of fuel. This here, this middle stage, only carries about 4,000 something, so I will need a little bit of fuel left in that stage. I think that's fine, not needing to put any effort into ensuring we have a stable orbit or anything. It just literally hit the moon, slingshot ourselves out of the solar system, wipe our hands from it, and never care about it again. I mean, we'll definitely come back and save them someday, or never care about it again. Kind of 50-50 on that one. Alright, but put on some RCS? I should. I was gonna say, like, I'll probably never need it. It's like, yeah, but still. There. Okay. So, we have the 1500 monopropellant. So we will want to make sure we do not at any point turn on the monopropellant until we're done. 6,000 liquid fuel, which, like I said, that should be okay. We only need support for 7 Kerbals. So that's 2. So that means I could basically ditch one of these. So grab you. Actually, grab you. Yoink you out. Put you back. Because that's 2. 6, and then that puts us up to 10. Make sure we still have our antenna. Our antenna is there. So let's double check our homework. Docking port. Bam. RCS fuel. Bam. Fuel. Like I said, we're going to have a thing where we need to not dip into this too far, but that should be okay. So bam. We need to generate power. We got our solar panels, so bam. And I believe that's everything. So cursed solar orbital Mark 1. And then we need to go in here. So crew, don't worry, you are furthering the progress of Kerbal kind. Or Kerbal kind? So you two get to hop on board here, and you're going to live on this station for the rest of your lives. I mean, for a little while. We're definitely coming back to get you. Don't you worry. You will not be completely left and abandoned out in the universe. They're not being brought back, man. Let's be real. This is a one-way trip. Don't tell their families. I mean, or at least do tell their families after they're gone. It's the reason we're only sending scientists and not, you know, pilots and engineers. I am wasting some fuel. There we go. But the plan's straightforward. Get into orbit, line up the slingshot off the moon, and the moment it breaks, you know, orbit in the system, it'll be in a solar orbit, so no further effort is needed. I shouldn't have to speed up or slow down or anything. I can literally just cut them loose and let them do their thing. And then maybe someday they get to come home. I wouldn't count on it. It'll be curious here. We're probably going to end up needing to put a communication satellite out for this one. Between when the star is in between and all that. We are going to run into times that we are just not going to be in communication with it. We'll see, though. Especially since, again, this is not controlled by a pilot. Alright. We'll see if we get paid to bring them back. Yes. What is the price? That's the real question. If the compensation is generous, you know, maybe they'll get to come home someday. It's okay. We promised to pay the Kerbals upon return from their mission. Okay, so we're just full thrust sideways right now. Okay. And are very quickly getting towards orbit. I still need to put these in an action group where I can disable the full set rapidly. So cut the engines because we're 5 minutes out. Shut down, shut down, shut down, shut down, and ramp it back up. So those should be done. I shouldn't need those anymore. So the next thing to do is grab you, pin you, and drain you over. So you're emptied. Get you over here. And we're just consolidating the fuel as best we can. I definitely need to make it so this just works the way it is and I don't have to, you know, micro it, that kind of thing. Okay. So I ditched a bunch of weight. I'm a little concerned we might already be pushing our limit on the 6,000 we need. Because we've got about 5,600 here. So I'm really concerned about that, actually. But we'll see. Alright, so we got a stable orbit. We'll see. It might be something that this might be not quite adequate. So where is the moon relative to us? That actually might work out pretty well. Like I said, the plan here is to just slingshot it. Okay. Alright, so we've got an exit trajectory. That's still a pretty big burn. I do have a strong feeling that we are not going to have enough Delta V to do this and have the 6,000 at once. And we're definitely not going to do the whole bit where, you know, we do this and try and make it all work. We're coming around here real quick. So just need you to come around this way. It'll start our burn. If we see this tick off, then we know we just revert. And that might just be a thing where we give it a little extra fuel to help it kind of get going. Come on. Come on. Bring it around. Actually, for that matter, it's still pointing in. We'll just have to do one of these. Because if we burn down at all, like, I am right on the edge of getting friction on the atmosphere. It's going to be a very late burn, and that's just what we're going to live with. Because if I go even a hair down, we're hitting atmosphere. Okay, so this is going to be an awful maneuver. Because we're just going to be way late on it. It is what it is. It doesn't matter watching those. If we get to this point, we've already failed when those empty. I have a feeling we don't have nearly enough. We could need like an extra 500-600 Delta V before we dip under there. There's no way, right? Because you have 5,600 between you. For being generous, there's like another 800 between that. Any second this thing's ticking off of it, we don't have enough fuel. Okay, so it seems like we're gonna need a bit more fuel on that one. There's a couple ways we can potentially go around that. One is we can put more solid rocket boosters and change nothing else about the entire process. Because if we had a couple more solid rocket boosters, we only need a little bit more up overall. And the solid rocket boosters do pick up their own weight fine. But I keep hoping against hope, because once we get that, if we can get just out to the moon encounter here, if it can slingshot us, we don't need any more fuel. We'll be on that fence, but I think we're going to fall short is what I think is going to happen. How is that? There we go. Okay, so we just officially failed. Alright, so let's go back to the vehicle assembly building. Like I said, I think we just need a bit more up. The other thing we can do to kind of help with this, so we have about 5,600 in there, just for the sake of making it easier to deal with. So we have 5,600 in there. That, plus this, does give me the total. What do you mean not enough fuel? What's up with the 4,000 Delta V? The contract we are doing is setting up a station, and the station requires us, when we reach our destination, to have 6,000 liters of liquid fuel. So when I get there, I need 6,000 liters. And so where it was at, I just ticked under 6,000, so the rest of the mission was a failure. I wouldn't be able to, like, magically... Like, and I could meet up another one there, but going out to solar orbit to then meet up with this would be a mission years in the making that we probably wouldn't want to, you know, go through. Alright. So... we could potentially add more on here. A lot of cargo? Yep, that's why it's hard. Yeah, so you're all pretty close to the same on the surface. Well, there's a lot of ways we could do this to probably make it better. But... you know... we'll just go here. Is it necessary to do it in one go? The space station must be fully assembled in one go. That said, I could technically launch it empty and then fill it up there. But then, you know, at that point it is a major ordeal about getting another rocket up there and then having that rocket get fueled up from the other rocket and yada yada. That at that point, the overhead of figuring everything out and doing it, it'd be easier just to do something like this and just get it done. Alright, so with this, I actually don't care about these clamps one or the other, because these are going to burn out at the same time. So we're going to try the next iteration of this cursed thing. Make sure we have our scientists on board. We do. That the hope is having all that extra thrust at the beginning will just give me that extra little bit. Because we were only a couple hundred Delta V shy, I believe. With just an extra 100 or so Delta V, I would be able to hit... it's probably fine. Okay, so liquid fuel is basically off. This does give me more liquid fuel. We can go ahead and pin this. When they near empty, we're going to ramp up the thrust. They still have fuel in them. Don't ditch them yet. They still have fuel. They still have fuel. Okay, they all smashed on each other, but everything's fine otherwise. Try and get you set to being perfectly horizontal. Start getting that orbit situated. Okay, so we definitely got way higher before we switched over to properly utilizing our liquid fuel. So that should give us a lot more. We also have a bit more liquid fuel in here. That these middle ones, as long as we don't tap into this one, we're probably fine. So we will be able to get rid of all of our external tanks. Okay. And so you can clock on a fuel tank and click on it to forbid using that fuel. Yeah, no, I mean, we can do that. We can dip a little bit in there, we have to. All the fuel from the external tanks go to the middle tank first, so I don't need to micro it nearly that badly. Alright, so let's grab you, throttle you all the way down. Shut down these big inefficient engines. Ramp the throttle back up. I mean, we'll pin you. Oh, we need to unpin all you. That's fine. So right now we are draining all of the fuel canisters. Come on. Okay, so it did interrupt them. I was curious about that. Okay. So we ditched the other ones to reduce our weight. We are in orbit with way, way, way better fuel this time, so we're gonna quick save this. So once we have our orbit fully stabilized, then it'll be time to line up with our moon slingshot, and then we just slingshot out, and that'll be that. It'll be a solar orbit, and we can just leave it alone. Okay, we are in orbit now. So the moon is there. Somewhere around here is where we potentially do the maneuver. Depending on exactly where the moon ends up. All right. Trying to have it not go through the moon itself. Alright, something like that. Let me bring that thrust down a lot, though. Shouldn't need that much to do this. Okay, well, a little messy. And more fuel than I probably want to put into it. Oh, that's because we're not at the periapsis at all. I see. That's fine. But 900 straight up takes me out of here. We use 900, no farther force is needed. We use the moon and bring it down a lot. Okay, so it takes almost 100 ms, 100 delta V off if we do that. Introduces how long I need to do my burn. So let's bring ourselves all the way over to that side. And I am tempted with the amount of fuel we have to turn back on the two side burners. Those will give up a lot of delta V. We are dealing with a lot of power needed, so activate you. Activate you. Need to start turning much faster. Because that turns it from like a 5-minute burn to a 30-something second burn, which is good because otherwise I'm going to completely miss this thing because of how slow this thing turns. Come on, get over there. Alright. Let's see. So you see a lot of lines being drawn when you use the node thing, projecting trajectory, and planning the encounter with moons. Do you know what all those different colors represent? Sure, we can go through that here. So the blue, like, cyan line, that's where, like, if I do nothing, that's where I am. That little icon there is where I'm doing the maneuver, and then the dotted yellow line is where it's predicting I will go. When it turns pink, it is letting me know I'm under something's gravity that I'm influencing, so I'm encountering the moon. So it's just basically saying, like, during this time, I'm being yoinked by the moon, and then it goes back to the yellow till it goes out. But yeah, so the pink means I'm doing a moon interaction. If we were to have an orbit, it would also give a different color for the second pass. Oh my god, please get over there. Yeah, so cyan is my current path, yellow is the planned path, purple / pink, magenta, whatever that color is, that's interacting with something else's gravity. Which is the whole plan, is I'm using the moon to throw me. Okay. And in a couple seconds, this will reach out to the moon, and then we gotta fine-tune real quick. It doesn't matter where we get slung out. I'm not going for any specific orbit, it's just to be in a solar orbit. So escaped Kerbin's gravity, but not be in anything else's gravity other than the star itself. We're backing off. Backing off even more. As soon as we see it stop being a loop, yeah, so this pink is being, like, that's where my path will be after. Come on. That's okay. We can go here and then thrust as we go past it, I think. Because yeah, it is putting us what it considers a stable orbit. So what we could do is if we go here and add a maneuver. Yeah, so just literally just 3 delta V is all I need. Which is basically nothing. You know, honestly, just stop bringing up the wheel. Fine, I'll just warp here. Why are you being weird about me deleting that? There you go. Okay. I'm going to go towards the direction of momentum, because then if I add a maneuver here at the periapsis, and that puts me into solar orbit. If I do it sooner, does it do that faster? It actually seems to be worse. Yeah, okay. So any time around the periapsis, if we just go in the direction of my speed. How do you know which node bars tug on the maneuver you want? It seemed to me like there's a total of 6. So basically with the maneuvers, you've got prograde, which is the way you're already going relative to what you're doing, so that's this way. And so generally, if I want my orbit to be larger, like straight out on the opposite side, I go prograde. Now, if I look at this and I have my, it's like this is prograde here. We have the one that's X'd out, that's retrograde. That's going opposite of the speed I'm going relative to the object, which means I'll pull my orbit in closer. This is if I want to try and rotate the whole thing, is the pink up and down. So, you know, one will make it rotate clockwise, the other counterclockwise. And then this is what I'm trying to, like, move my orbit this way. So if I go and do this, it will drag my path farther to the left. And then this would be to the right. And that's when you're doing, like, an elliptical orbit, where you want, like, one spot to come in, and you're trying to, like, rotate it around. Generally, it's mostly prograde and retrograde, and occasionally with the pink up and down to, like, try and rotate to meet stuff. So, like, right now, I'm set to go prograde, so when I get near this spot, normally you'd want to orbit this, and so it'd be retrograde to pull myself in. But in this case, since we're slingshotting off of it, I want to do the opposite. I want to just... We're going past this, the gravity's assisting me, and we just want to go for it. So if we watch this, you'll start seeing this go out more and more as we're zipping on past the moon, because I am slightly throttled up. And then very soon it'll break orbit of Kerbal. And with that, if I change nothing else, I will now be in a solar orbit, which is what our goal here is. So with that, we can go ahead and we have escaped the moon's gravity. We got a bunch of science from our various stuff going on out there. And where is my antenna before I forget? Oh, I'm time warped. I was like, why can't I antenna? I need my antenna. There's the antenna. And the reason I want to put out the antenna is we will eventually have some difficulty communicating, because this is being controlled by like a machine, or like we are controlling it remotely. So in this instance, you're using the backside of the moon to accelerate you into a self-contained orbit around Kerbal Sun. Yes. Basically, I would have to use a lot more energy to break out of the system, but because I am deliberately passing the moon's gravity pulls me in, which, you know, accelerates me past it, and then we're just kind of continuing to accelerate on the other side. So where, yeah, the moon's gravity would try and grab me on the way by, I'm moving so fast at that point. You know, you just get out of the gravity very quickly. Let's get you out here. And so with that, we are now in solar orbit. So we can check on our stuff here. And this was our goal there. But since we are in a ship equipped with science-y stuff, actually don't care about. Actually, let's just do the SAS here for a minute. I can just have you settle in real fast. I don't know why you're zipping around everywhere. You don't have the science stuff on there because I pulled it off. Because we were doing the other mission. Okay, fine, we're going home. Alright, 1 second. Set as target. Is that how it happens with real planets? Yep. Because real planets have to be very conscious about the cost of everything. So we can't just be like Kerbal where we just slap a bunch of extra rockets and be like, go for it. Well, no, because you can't land either. Ah, that sucks. I don't want to revert it, but it's literally useless out here without it. Oh, fine. So we had an in-between rocket we did, that didn't need all the science stuff, so I peeled it off to save weight, and I forgot to put it on, and I didn't realize that until we went to, you know, do the science, and then, you know, it wasn't there. It's just annoying because we took all the time to do that. And that happens in this game, by the way. You'll 100% put a lot of effort into accomplishing something and then realize you forgot the parachute or something. And there's a whole thing. Oh, no, you were good. We were way into that launch. I had made the mistake way before you started asking questions. Like, literally once I took it off the pad, that's when the mistake had been kind of solidified. So I'm wondering if I can kind of automate this process for a bunch of this stuff. Because we have been going through here and repeatedly manually moving the fuel over. If I Where did you get disconnected? Oh, I see. Oh yeah, no, everyone goes through that where they'll be working on something. Actually, if I mirror... Why are you being this way? There you go. So I don't actually want you to do that. So what I want to do is I want to set this up where only 2 of these are connected. And the reason I'm trying to accomplish this, which I don't have to be that far down, I'm fighting with it for no reason. I wonder if there's a way to, like, override and be like, hey, don't actually do it. Because right now what I want to go to you, and I don't want the 4. I want just 2 of them. Because then the plan would be 2 of these exhaust, we pop them off the sides. And that's always the things that come to it. Let's see, can we change, reroute, rotate, move? Well, that's the thing, is I'm changing it down to 2, and then the moment you cross something with 4, it sets it back to 4. It's trying to help you, but it's also not actually helping me. Like, that's the thing. If you watch 2, it's back at 4. 2, it's back at 4. 2, it's back at 4. Mirror, it's back at 4. And there's got to be a shortcut key to be like, hey, don't help me on this. I don't know what it is. Maybe we go under advanced? No? It usually lets me just filter the different modules and all that. Anyone happen to know the answer to that question? There's a way to do it in the settings for fuel priorities instead of external pipes. Okay, there's a way to do it in settings, fuel priority. Yeah, I've not seen the fuel priority. Yeah, that's for just doing the number. Is it the X key? Oh, advanced people? I forgot that was a thing. So let's save you real fast. Leave here. Yeah, I forgot there was advanced tweakable as well. And I think you had to turn it on out here, if memory serves me correctly. And I always forget. Advanced tweakables enabled. Apply, accept, resume, do that. Alright. Okay, so flow priority, rigid attachment, auto strut disabled. Heaviest part, root part, grandparent part disabled. I forgot there was the auto strut. So auto strut. Probably parent. Or root, I guess. Okay. Bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be back in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, and I am back. All right, let's get this thing going. Okay, so we fixed the problem we had before. We didn't have our science. Just double checking in here. Science is in there. That's fine. And so the fuel priority. So the curiosity here is it doesn't specify what lower priority is better, or like first, or higher priority is first. Because that is one thing. Because sometimes you'd say priority 1 is top priority, but other games, you know, bigger number is top priority. And I'm not seeing a difference in any of these. We could say, so, I don't know. All right, let's assume it's down. So you'll be 5, 5, and it is doing it to all of them. Okay, so we don't want to do it that way. If I remove symmetry, and now we make it 5. We make you 5. Honestly, instead of doing the fuel priority system and having to worry about all that, if we've removed symmetry, then what I can do here is I can just go to the fuel line, grab you. And once again, I don't need to put it down there. We can grab you and bring you over. And then we can go to this part. We can remove the symmetry on here. And with that removed, I can be confused why that happened. So with symmetry removed, it removed all of them. You have symmetry turned back on. You do not. Okay. Well, we can always just do this. It's so annoying that I can't, like, turn it off and, like, lock it. I wish we'd go remove symmetry, then yoink this. Okay, that time it's doing it for me. Remove symmetry. Okay, so you've got the pipe going there. That's good. So we can go to you and remove symmetry. Okay, so you've got your stuff sorted out. I did accidentally remove this. Okay, so with this, what should happen is we will have... This one will run out of fuel first. We can go here. Remove symmetry on that one. And then this one, we can remove symmetry in that one. No, I don't want to take that. I also kind of wish there was a, hey, put it back button. Like, cancel that movement. It's fine. We put it back fine. Alright, so with this, what we want to do is we got this one, this connector, then we got the other two connectors. Let's add a stage here, grab these individual connectors. Alright, so we've now got ourselves a plan. That what's ultimately going to happen is we go through our solid rocket boosters, we start doing all this. The other thing we're going to remember to clean this up is we're going to go to action groups. And we are going to choose, in this case, there's no gear, so I'm going to choose the gear group. And we have the mainsail. So we want to toggle engine. Okay. They made a bunch of changes, messed with a bunch of things, easily probably broke things. So we'll see what happens here. And then the idea here is we're going to go ahead and doing that stuff there. Looks away, although it seems we get some magic gets used in this game as well. Yeah. There's alright, so the auto struts didn't seem to do that much to help. That's fine. Alright. Oh, you can all go together. And this time we have our science, because that's where we goofed last time, is I went through all that effort, and then realized I didn't have my science equipment on board to do the science I sent them out there to do in the first place. I can pin you. Yes, they're both set to have the same flow priority. When the solid rocket boosters get low, we throttle up our other boosters. Now we'll start shifting to getting ourselves on our actual orbital trajectory. We'll throttle all the way up. Start turning the rocket. Okay, and you're about to run out of fuel in the top of the solid rocket boosters. Something staged weird there. What happened with our first stage? What was our first stage? So we have all of you. You two are the same stage. You're all supposed to pop off. Because that did not happen. And the next stage is those, and the next stage is those. Because that was weird. So save, launch. I'll try that again. Because you heard the stage sound and something wasn't right. It didn't do anything. All of our rockets are on and all that. We'll try that again. Switch you over to orbital to be ready to switch to the apoapsis. Now, it could be that one thing we do is I throttle up sooner. We also need to go here and grab you. And we're just watching this so I know when these are fully depleted, because the cones have fuel in them, and that's when we kick those off. It's probably one of those things that I need to maybe keep it pointing up. Now granted, weirdly we're having the problem where they're pulling in again when they weren't doing that we've launched this several times without issue. Okay. And I start them spinning to use centripetal force to try and push them away. Okay. And then for you, you need the 6,000 fuel. Okay, and that's all working fine. With everything staged correctly, if I turn you this way, when the first two pop off, oh, nope. It's definitely not going remotely as well on the fuel side of things. Considering we're getting ready to hit our apoapsis and I've been full burn the whole time. I think that's because we went way up and then sideways versus normally been arcing a lot more. We should have fuel to spare for this one, though, so I could probably get away with being pretty inefficient at this stage. Because the whole middle part has the 6,000 fuel we need. Yeah, no, we definitely wanted to start the gravity turn earlier. I hesitated because the last time all the rockets turned in and smashed into me. I should have started going up and then spiraling. We should still have plenty of fuel to get this done, I think. So I cut off our less efficient engines. So yeah, I got 5,000 something Delta V, and then this is the area we're not supposed to touch. This is the area that when we go in there, we lose. Or we don't lose, we fail our objective. So almost 6,000 Delta V will be plenty. Yeah, no, we've got them set up here. Like, I already had them turned on. I probably just need to go and get stuff set up to have, like, the actual ejection off the side things. The tiny little solid rocket boosters that shove it away real quick. We need more thrust. I wasn't watching. Alright, fuel off. We are stably in orbit, just a little. So not a clean orbit by any stretch. So for slingshotting the moon, we're honestly not in a very good position for that at all. Yeah, it should be easy enough to pull it off. Come in and like it's not the right angle for it. It'll only be a 500 delta V burn. Ooh, that is potentially gonna cut me into atmosphere? No. How is that not gonna cut me into atmosphere here? Angling in. Sure, I won't argue. Come on. Give me the control I need. We turned on our less efficient engines again just to get the amount of thrust I need to not have to like have a really awful air burn. Okay, so the goal here is to throw ourselves at the moon, and then once we get into the point we're coming by the moon, just give ourselves a bit more thrust to chuck ourselves out of the system. We're not coming out of this at the right angle, but I do feel pretty comfortable that once we're not burning on our main less efficient thrusters, I should be more than capable of using, 2,000-3,000 delta V to just shove myself that last little bit out of the system. Because then we'll use a little bit of burn here to give us a lot more go, and then use that last little bit to throw ourselves even farther. It's a bad angle. You really want to swing by going past this way and just keep going. But that takes waiting till it's like things are in the right position and all that. It's just easier to be like, you know what? We're just going for it. Versus fast forwarding for everything to be in the actual lineup. Because like real life, you got to worry about all that stuff. Oh, nope, that's not what we want. Yeah, no, running those big thrusters that long was not what I should have done either. It's fine. We'll see how it goes. I can dip a little bit into the middle tank, but we got this little checkbox. We see that unchecked, then we done goofed. Considering how sloppy the launch was, we can, like, fixing the sloppiness of the launch would go and just correct all of this issue. Alright, so as long as we don't smash into the surface, which it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen, we'll be okay. Tiny, well, I mean, I say tiny bit, there's still 300 liquid fuel in those. Let's bring this around. So the question here is, how close is that really? Is that I am one with the moon? Or is that I'm going to stare out the window intensely in fear coming around the moon? That is death. That is what that is. That is death. So we should... Before I forget... Extend the antenna. And that'll serve. So you bring that down. We're just going to narrowly go and do that. Unfortunately, that means we're going to go from a really good slingshot. Right now, we're trying to slingshot ourselves out of system, and we just approached this from the completely wrong angle and had a bad launch. So really, I should just be resetting, but I'm hoping because I still have 300 fuel or so, I can probably maybe just get away with it. Yeah, so we don't need to wait. It's not going to make a huge deal whether I do it close or far. It'll actually probably be better from here. At a slingshot around the moon, you could slingshot Kerbal. Yeah, but the more we're slingshotting our slingshots and all that, that's more and more burns I'm doing trying to position versus actually taking advantage. I am going to try when we leave this, I'm going to try to just, kind of throw ourselves... I mean, I need to throw myself off this way is what I need to do. So my hope is I can get here and then maybe retrograde burn around there to bring that arc more in line with the moon. What I should have done is like launch straight off. I mentioned that when we came up on it. I just need to, that's over 15 kilometers. Okay, and how's the fuel looking? It's holding up okay. So we go right here, leading into the periapsis. Oh, it still has that marked. Okay. So lead into the periapsis. We can try it. I don't feel good about it. We're taking this like as inefficiently as we possibly can. So plan here. Oh, that line physically goes through the moon. Yeah, no, this is definitely, like, probably unsalvageable, in all honesty. Going the wrong way around everything. Yeah, because that's got us cutting through the moon's surface. I'm actually going to see what we can do. Yeah, no, what I need to do is reset. Well, the problem is right now, because it's reverse, I have to either fully reverse the throttle to try and make it so I don't exit going the counter direction to the moon, or I need to just throttle out, because right now this is going to actually drop me off in a slower orbit. I'm going to drop in, because I'm going the reverse direction of the moon. That's the reason I was trying to do this, is to slow down to throw myself off the front of the moon, so I'm moving the same direction. But yeah, I know you wanna actually get it where you're doing it on the way by. Not the shenanigans I tried to pull. Would you turn up? I really need to get the bigger reaction wheel. Come on. Bring it back. Come on. So I need to watch the periapsis. I do want to try and push the maneuver, and I'm willing to go lower than is strictly safe. But we definitely don't want to actually take its route of going through the moon, for physics reasons. Okay. Usually you don't want to go below 15 kilometers or so. We are going to be pushing our luck pretty close. This looks about a 2-kilometer difference. So we're going to be riding real dangerous on this one. We're going to take it to 7.5. All right. We've got the heading. We might actually pull this off in the messiest way possible. I think we can take this just a little farther. We are technically on our way to a solar orbit. Okay, stage it. Come on, just a hair more. Start easing up. We're still technically in this. We're not failed yet. Yes, we are going to solar orbit. The thing is, I'm dipping into my last tank, and if we dip below 6,000, which we're right on that fence, then we don't achieve our goal. Hey, there we go. We're good. We're solid. All I have to do now is wait. Is it how it should have been done? Absolutely not. Did it work anyways? Yep. Alright. Why are you marking me as being in a valid orbit again? Yep, we can try and correct this. I just gotta go with the apoapsis. I shouldn't need much go. And it does look like we actually have quite a few hundred delta V before we are properly screwed. Okay, there we go. Just need a little nudge. All right, mission successful again. Okay, this time, mission successful, and we actually have our science. So let's get all of our science stuff going. Construction materials study. Hold on to the results. Open you. Please stop drifting. Log temperature, keep the results. Log pressure, keep the results. Observe GU, keep the results. And then we'll grab U, EVAU. EVA report, keep the results. And so with that, we can level up our crew. Cool. Review data, keep the results, and start research. Congratulations, you two. You now live here forever. Out in solar orbit, just doing your thing. Alright, so let's return to the Space Center. Having completed a contract, we got another source of science coming in. And we're fresh out of scientists now. We have one scientist we still have, but all of our other scientists are out doing stuff here. And the costs of our hires are getting pretty high. Like 300, almost 150,000. Do they automatically transmit everything you just learned, or do you have to send it to yourself every so often? I believe they automatically send it. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, because these are all mechanics that weren't a thing the last time I really, really seriously jumped into the game. Whereas Jeb is home. Jeb is at home right now. We will need to be launching them off to a new mission whenever. Build a new orbital station around Minmus. I already have a station around Minmus, so they can go fly a kite. I've already got one. Ferry tourists to their destination and back. We have one who wants to land on the moon, and some of them want to go to Minmus, and some want to go all over the place. I will grab that. Well, actually, let's see. How long do I have to do it? 10 years? Yep. Finish construction of a rover on Minmus. If you check now, it'll have a minuscule amount so you can see how it works. You think you have to transmit it back? Well, we have been receiving some. We can check. We've got a whole bunch of stations now. Let's see. Kerbal Orbital 1. Well, Kerbal Orbital 1 will be our first one that we built. We'll need it to come around to be in the sunlight again. So he transmitted the data. Yeah, so it says we have less than a science there. Science rate about 1 a day. It does have 77 something data. But yeah, so science lab, it has like nothing. Like, it seems like it's actually giving me the science as we go, because that's been running for a while. I definitely haven't visited and done anything to it in the last day. Let's check the moon one. Because I'd be pretty annoyed if I had to, like, manually keep sending the data. It's like, come on, man. Don't make me babysit this thing here. Alright. Those are kind of micro-y things. You're like, come on, just get this out of here. I took all the time to wire it up. Just give me my data. Alright, so then we got the moon one. So one of these, yes, this is the one actually doing stuff. So if we look here, I have 72 science on board. I see, there is a transmit science button. It's actually kind of annoying that it works that way, but that's okay. Because to me, that feels like needless micro. Like, you've already committed the data and told them to research, like, what, you're just not going to send it home? Alright, let's go to the Minmus one. Because the other thing that's annoying is how many load screens I'm going to have to go. Like, imagine you start getting yourself set up with 9 or 10 of those. I mean, the reality is you hit a point where you've unlocked everything, so you stop caring. Because some of those ones, when you land on the other planets, you'll score like 3, 4, 5, 600 science very rapidly. Okay. So you're sitting on 68 science, so transmit the science. You hit that point fast with that many labs? Yeah, I mean, that's part of the whole thing is I'm not going out of my way to build labs. They're just like, hey, put a station around here. I'm like, well, if I'm going to put a station there, I'm going to chuck a lab in there. Like, why wouldn't I? At that point, it's like, hey, put 9 Kerbals in there. It's like, okay, if I can support 9, at least 2 of those are going to be in a lab. Okay. And then the other one was fresh. So I've got 300. Before we get into this, I am going to go ahead and put up a poll here. Because we're about halfway through stream. We're going to go, what are we doing now? And I'm going to put Kerbal Space Program on there if people just want more of that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So we got that one. We got Star Trucker had a big update that adds like a whole, there's like a whole new way of making money. There's these business ventures where you do a bunch of stuff around the space station and all that, like fix billboards, wake up other truckers and all that. So that's a new thing. We got News Tower, which added a new hard mode. That's kind of a 1930s newspaper tycoon game. Really fun, has more depth than you could possibly expect. It is the game you're like, it's this cute, you know, newspaper agency thing. And then you turn around and you're like, oh, it's systems have systems have systems have systems. Oh dear goodness. What do we got here? Oh yeah, now I need to actually look at that. People mentioned Shapes 2 came out and I'm not ready for that. I'd have to look to see what it costs and all that. What else do we have? Go-Go Town doesn't have an update yet. We're still waiting on that. I'll put War Tales on the list because people seem to enjoy that one. I'm still very leery about that one being a very story-heavy game that I expect it to be one of those ones that starts high and comes down fast. But I'm down to give it another go. If it drops off, it drops off. Let's see. And then there was one other one. Oh, not sure if I want to put Vintage Story on the list right now. They just had their 1.22 update, and I know I'll definitely want to check it out. It's always a challenge with so many of these, like the games I play, they're not committing to short things, which is always a challenge. I like the games that got a lot to them and they take time to work through. Oh, Farm Sim, right. Farm Sim, we have a run of that going. So, Farming Simulator 25, which we have the Survivor Man Challenge going on. Alright, so we got a poll going up on Discord, just basically doing a vibe check of what's going on here. So we got Kerbal Space Program. If we do that, we're just going to continue what we're doing. Star Trucker, which would be a brand new playthrough to check out the new content and all that stuff. You got News Tower, which would be a brand new playthrough in their hard mode. War Tales, we pick up on the run we were doing yesterday. And then Farming Simulator, we would pick up on the challenge or Survivor Man Challenge we've been doing like the last week or so. So we'll let that poll go for a couple minutes there before we get into the next thing in Kerbal Space Program, because once we dig in, these things take a while. What would you even grab next for a research? So I don't think we care about the rover. That's bigger couplers and all that. The nuclear power is still one I almost never mess with. It is a very, 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 it's a very high efficiency engine once you're in space. Which is good. The problem we're running into right now is a lot of my missions want me to start landing. And then on top of that, we've got all this stuff for all sorts of scanning and all that kind of things. And it definitely feels like it should be pursuing getting the science stuff. So with that, it'd be... well, the advanced electronics and all that, that's locking this stuff past it. So it'd probably be the scanning tools... So these are orbital survey scanners. So my expectation is that these would give me science, but it's only seeming like some of them might. Like these look like they're scanning for celestial objects. And all that kind of stuff. It's the best though, it's just expensive, a little expensive. Yeah, it is 45,000. That is not cheap. Looks like KSP, yeah. I enjoy KSP, but I do worry we have been playing a lot of KSP recently. It is always one of those things that when you play a lot of a game, you start getting a little antsy that you're becoming a that game channel, which I don't think we're anywhere near that. But that's part of why I do the vibe check. There's been times I've been playing a game and then I put up the poll and like the poll goes solidly in a different direction. You're like, okay, can we carry a lander with a shuttle? Not with the shuttle we have. The shuttle we've been using is not like an actual shuttle, in the sense of having like a cargo spot or whatever. It's just people is what it moves. Yeah, so the heavy landing I don't think is what we're looking for. The field science basically just gives us a rover we can drive around in, which is not nothing. The scanning tool... A small module that includes soil, atmospheric, ocean sampling tools. When used while landed on a planet or moon, sample data gathered is used to increase accuracy of orbital survey scans. And let's see, this is the orbital survey scanner using combination advanced sensors and witchcraft to provide information about moons. Yeah, so I would assume these ones give science, but it's super not clear. Yeah, there we go. So we have collectible and all that. Yeah, so all these... So this one doesn't give science. These two give science. Okay, so first one and those two all give science. These two in the middle, I think, are just utility. Whereas this stuff here... You give science. You give science. Your data. All right. Yeah, so barring some major ups in the last second, it looks like more Kerbal Space Program. Yeah, which does mean most likely the next stream we will not be doing Kerbal Space Program, just because, like I said, I'm getting a little leery about how much I've been playing KSP. Well, to be fine, Scrooping, keep in mind I'm not a Kerbal Space Program streamer. I'm a variety streamer. It is one of the things that worries me the most about content creation is becoming a that game creator, where you feel like you no longer have a choice. You have to play that game. You need to finish this career. There's no finishing the career. The career goes on forever. You finish when you quit. That's kind of the negative about KSP, is that literally there is no roll credits. You finished, you've won. You win when you go, that's enough. Unlock all science. Oh, I doubt we're doing that. I doubt we're taking the time to do that. That is a lot of science. It's okay, the polls are closed and I voted for News Tower. Oh, okay, we gotta close the game and we gotta go to News Tower. Sorry, those are just the rules. Looks up if that game is still free on both Steam and as the domain to make Rual play it at some point. Yeah, so I'm debating a couple things here, because we get the nuclear power. The nuclear power is extremely efficient in space. So you're 45,000. What does my heavy rocket here cost? 1,000. Okay, yeah, the price is very significantly different. Large volume containment. Advanced metalworks. Composites. Metamaterials. The aeroplane, space planes you don't need. Do you have mod list for your run? Sure, it is completely empty. There is no mods. SCNR, in case you didn't say that earlier. SCNR. Sorry, I don't know the acronym off the top of my head. I'm leaning towards the sensors because more science is good science. So that's a surface scan mode, space scan mode. Be interesting to try and get that scanning arm down on anything. Scan surface feature. Well, let's get the scanner and stop dancing around it. Because otherwise I'll stare there and just talk myself in and out of again. Alright, so. Let's look. Did we already grab our contracts? We did. And I've already got multiple... Oh, here. How long do you want to give me? 3 years? Ah, you lost me at the time, man. I don't want to be forced. I have to really do it. Okay, so we've got where I need to land on the moon with a bunch of tourists. We need to land on Minmus and just get there and back. Alright. And we got a couple people stranded here and there. Look, I see the buddy on the moon. Yeah, the problem we're running into is we haven't done much that improves our ability to get to the moon and back. We've got our shuttle that we've been using. For those who haven't seen our shuttle, it has no hope. Mark IV is our latest iteration of it. So this is the way we've been going to the moon and all that, is I've got this shuttle, and it can get to the moon and get to orbit, but it doesn't quite have enough oomph to get back out to home. Now, I could keep using this thing, but I am leaning towards potentially making an actual moon lander and then taking back off. Because now we're looking at doing a rover of some kind. Yeah, we do have extra fuel in orbit of the moon. I just have to put a docking port on our shuttle and give it RCS, which is fine. Well, this is true. So let's see. If we were to do this, Bill, get out. So we would have Sawin. You would ride. You want to land on the moon. Athley, you want to land on the moon. Shepwig wants to land on the moon. Where are you, Shepwig? Shepwig wants to land on the moon. We've got Kergi wants to land on the moon. You want to go to Minmus, so we don't care about you. We've got Gildorf wants to land on the moon. You don't care about anything related to the moon whatsoever. You want to do Minmus thing. We've got Hervé wants to land on the moon. You want to orbit the moon. So bring Kerbal with us. Kevin wants to land on the moon. Okay. Kerbal only wanted to orbit the moon, not land. Whereas Debird wants to land on the moon. Okay, so with that, we can actually go ahead and Orald also wants to orbit the moon. What was Kerbal? What did Kerbal want? You want the orbit? Yeah, so we got a couple who want to orbit. So Kerbal's on here as well. Yeah, no, we do have well, I can't do the rover and this at the same time. That's where I was making the comment before. If I want to do a rover, I'm going to need a completely different setup. It's this or the rover. Empty seat for saving the guy. Yeah, we could chuck Kerbsy out. I don't think we have nearly enough fuel to get me to the moon landed where I can target a person. Because this is the only piece that goes to the moon. So all of the other stuff, it doesn't matter how efficiently I get to the moon, because ultimately I get handed off to this, and we're back to the limited capacity of our shuttle. Can you have them walk? If they're close enough. If they're not close enough, the walk would be literal hours, and we wouldn't be doing that. Now, we're not going... Well, we might actually be able to do science on the moon. The problem is this thing doesn't have the science set up either. We could refuel on the way. Well, again, the problem is this lands and then comes back up, and we can refuel it, but I gotta set it up for RCS and all sorts of stuff. But we do have a refueling station. You are not wrong. But I do need to meet up with the refueling station with what fuel I have, and every single time we've landed, even when I get there with nearly full, I end up having to ditch these because they basically run out in the landing procedure, and I just barely limp out to orbit. Which is one of the reasons I was like, okay, maybe it's time that we retire this and make an actual proper moon lander versus using the shuttle to land and take off and land and take off. It's been a fun project. I do think it's time we make something actually dedicated, because we also got lots more science equipment and all that. And it'd be just easier to do this without stuff. You like upgrading it because it can get repetitive. Would that not be bad? I'm confused by the statement there. Oh, you agree on the rebuild? Yeah, no, I gotcha. There's a certain point where it's worth retiring your old builds. Like, you keep it there, because you can always mess with it later. So. With that, we are going to have people piloting this thing, so here's the command pod. And then, how many people, how many souls are we bringing aboard today? Let's double check. We've got our utility of the hitchhiker thing, which is a bit larger than you. So let's go and get the structural adapter. Not the right size. That could be interesting. You know what? There's only one seat now. You made it too complicated. You brought this on yourselves. So interestingly enough, let's do a comparison. So you weigh 0.9 tons, and you weigh 2 tons. So what we can do here is get the structural piece, grab the try thing, and then we can go down here to you, and there's 6. And then there's 6. So that's 12 passengers. A rover would be cool. I don't have a mission for a rover right now. And in case we need... the dock to refuel, we've got that. So now's the tricky part, is this does need to be able to re-enter. Let's go ahead real quick and go to structure. Okay. So this is the return pod. Which we can go down here. curious if that would work like that, or if we would need way more. Where was... Well, there's like a cowl here. And I'm blanking on where it is. Yeah, no, we got paid, which is why we put those up there. So what I'm leaning towards now... is somewhere we had the... I'm blanking on the name of it. It's a thing where you can, like, pull the cone over, so I can pull a cone over this whole thing on the re-entry to try and protect them from the heat. And I, for the life of me, am blanking. I would expect it to be under here. Yeah, these are just adapters and all that, though. Fairing, thank you. Oh, you know what? Maybe I got it from a contract? No, that doesn't sound right. It might have a different name that I'm blanking, because we used one before. I think I might have had it just for a contract, though. Yeah, because we could get the bigger heat shield here. But that definitely messes with the aesthetic, so it's definitely not acceptable. So aerodynamics. Fan shroud. It's protective shell. What on earth am I seeing right now? Okay, so there's the protective shell that we can pop out. What if you had head heat shields above the adapter? Well, I kind of like the idea of testing this, where we can pop that, and it puts a protective shell, and then we've got this. Okay. So with that, we would need, again, our way to get in safely. And actually, now I think if I'm going to have more I'm going to want to put on this. Oh, also, is that the only one? I'd rather use that size instead. Okay, get you out of here. That way it's the correct size, otherwise it's bigger, it's going to be all that. What happens is when we deploy this, this puts a little bit of a larger cone to deflect the heat away from this. Okay, but back to what I was working on. So we need the utility. So I am going to need actual parachutes. So we got 3 big parachutes right there. Some drag chutes. That's very fascinating that they go on there, but I guess it makes sense. Putting our drag chute over here. Honestly, this will be overkill, but we are bringing a lot of weight back, so let's just overkill it with this. So we would pop the fairing, you know, put the protective shield over it. We pop all the parachutes when we're able. We need a couple more things on here for our own sake. Yeah, so you're too small of a battery. We can deal with the solar panels and all that in a minute. But what I was going to say that we're going to want is payload, service bay, drop you in, bring you up, open you up, science, plunk you in here. There's a barometer. There's a thermometer. A small module that includes soil, atmospheric, ocean, and sampling tools. When used on a planet or moon, the sample gathered can be used to increase accuracy of orbital studies. So I care about stuff that's going to actually give me science. A Sentinel space telescope used with infrared light to detect celestial bodies such as asteroids. It can be rerun again and again. Oh, you are way bigger than I gave you credit for. I understand. Okay, so we're gonna have to deal with that. I underestimated the scope of what I was going to be dealing it with. And actually, for that matter, take all the science stuff out of here. We'll just keep the lab, like, let's keep the storage for that, so that when we're done with our science, we can deal with all that. Meanwhile, put some batteries in here. We got some power storage safe, you know, inside. If you wanted a window, you should have paid more. Okay, so we got solar panels facing every way. We got some batteries. There's a reaction wheel built in this thing. Okay, so that is our get us home. For the landing side of things, be a little tricky. I'll probably need to adjust this. Don't edit fairings. Okay, so fairing does not get big enough to accommodate those legs. Honestly, we're probably going to land on water anyways. That'll just be the plan, is to do a water landing. Okay, so we've got our first stages kind of set up here. So with our stuff landing, this comes down. We would pop the fairing to get through the atmosphere, and then we would pop the parachutes once we're not burning up in the atmosphere. Hopefully that'll be plenty to keep it pointing in the correct direction. The next stage here is we would need our coupler. So that's the part that comes home. So the next thing we need is and this would probably detach at the point that we're gonna pop the fairing, because once we hit that stage, it's time to properly be home. Let's make sure we can fit everyone on board we plan to. So Jebediah will be flying, and honestly, we might just toss every single tourist in here without consideration of where they actually want to go. And then if it is full, we'll just find whichever tourists have nothing they want to do related to the moon. So you may have paid to be like, you really want to see Minmus, or you just want a casual orbit around Kerbal. Well, you're not getting that. You are getting the full moon tour. Non-negotiable. We will be charging. Alright. Moon bus MK1. Alright, so let's save that at this stage, because we got our first part here. Like I said, my hope is that that'll get us home. Now, the next thing we need to do is I need enough fuel to land, like, to take off from the moon, get to Kerbin, and then just manage that. I don't know the exact amount of Delta V. It's not that much to get from the moon to Kerbin, but it takes a decent amount, like almost, I want to say it's like 1,500 or something to get orbital around the moon. This is also where we're going to want to shove all of our science-y things for doing our science-y stuff on the moon to then stash into our container here to bring back home. So collect a lot of science and say at Minmus on one of those plopped back on Kerbin with a lab. Oh yeah, no, it's you can bring the science back for one big punch when it comes to taking stuff back, but you don't get like the full credit with a lot of that stuff. So we got like, you know, surface scanners, scanning arms and all that. We definitely want to do like the rover and whatnot. Yeah, so those are the scan surface features. That's where we would want to have a rover. With this being our bus, this is the thing that makes me curious. We have this giant thing, giant telescope, that we get science from. I'm pretty sure that's meant to go onto like a space station. Like we put that in almost effectively as a payload. For later. Because you are not small. I also don't see the best way to mount you to anything beyond just shove it on the top and put a cone over it. Let's see here about what we want to put back here. So, let's start by... We know we're going to need to have our stage for landing on the moon, where we carry big harpoons, but there ain't no whales, so we sing some sailing tunes. Let's see here. Because if I do something like this, and I make my giant landing setup here, so like just rocket it down and then rocket it back up, it's going to be very heavy. Like if I go like for something like this and land it vertically, I could probably get the landing gear wide enough to make sure it would be able to stay upright. but it's going to be a lot of mass, which does mean a lot more of a pain in the butt to get it off. But at the same time, if I don't do something like that, we run into the problem of being there. Let's go to our delta V. So this is going to be the moon. So the moon switches vacuum. Okay, because it's vacuum, we're not going to have any change on our stuff. It's vacuum the whole way. All right. Cursed asparagus. Yeah. So I think if I were to do a monstrosity like this, how terrible are we talking? So needless to say, that is overkill and a half. But if I were to put this in and set up some thrusters, so with this we would have our little poodle thruster for when we're actually spaceward. Wait, are you? Why do you have an icon for you? Oh, you are? Huh? One second, what? So you are a fuel tank. Oh, it is an engine within itself. I missed that part. It's a terrible engine. Like, it's engine ISP for in and out, like in vacuum and that is awful. This is straight up bad. Oh, that's the Separatrons? With the boarded plane cylinders, engineers at Jebediah Kerman's junkyard and Spacecraft Parts Co. came with a snazzy new design that includes a separation boosters for good measure because you can never have enough boosters. Gotcha. So this is just to knock them away, and that's what that vent is up there. Okay, I'm sitting here reading and going, what? But yeah, so it has a bunch of fuel in it. Yeah, I just missed that part. It's like, huh? So, with that, if we were to do this and look at this stage, so you would have, honestly about 1 TWR is plenty for dealing with the moon. And you'd have almost 4,000 delta V. That would be entirely usable. We would need landing gear. I'm a little concerned about the weight. Okay, so I'll definitely be able to support the weight. I'm really surprised that that's getting 1 TWR at Moon's surface with all that above you. It doesn't feel like it should have that much. But is it factoring in the Separatrons? Because it shouldn't. I mean, it's not factoring it in here. Well, this is the main engine. And then this is the 3. So the 3 is later, and the 3 have like the 2.73 TWR, but 0 seconds of burn. So weirdly, that seems like that will just work as it is. Okay, so let's check. Let's check. So that's our lander launcher, and with like 4,000 Delta V, we can get that home. That's no problem. We can definitely get that home, especially being able to kick off these and drop the weight. So that would get us home. Let's get our science stuff that we aren't planning to bring back with us. So I can go ahead and plunk you on here. Plunk you on here. Plunk you on here. Plunk you on there. This part cannot be placed in storage in the EVA. Scanning mode orbital. Discovery science bonus is 10. So that's orbital thing. We don't do that on the surface. We've already got that scanner here. And this thing is a giant monstrosity. I'd love to bring it. We can get the atmospheric thing there. Okay, so we got a bunch of science junk on the back. But one thing I'm also going to need... So you have 9 inventory slots. How big are you? So you're not that big. You're the big one here. You have 24 inventory slots. Because what we would want to do, and you have what? 3 inventory slots? What we can do here... So you have no atmosphere. You don't work. We already have the goop analyzer there. So I mean, I can chuck another one of these down. We might hit a different biome, so that gives me the main command thing and all that. Let's change you up to be a set of 3. So you've got yours. We'll put 2 of the solar things in here. An EVA experiment kit. Let's see, you got the solar. You got this. And even though I know it won't work, I'm going to chuck the weather analyzer in there. Why the heck not? Another solar thing. Okay, so we got a bunch of science stuff all piled in the back, so then when we land on the moon, we can do a bunch of science and get a bunch of science goodies. We'll probably depend on... That's actually pretty high for RCS to bring us up, but I actually don't have a good way of going up there. We'll probably just take our chances with RCS. We might regret that. But, you know. So be it. Alright, so we have the decouple here. Okay. On you, turn on at that stage. Alright, so this is intended to be the moon lander. It's a little chunky for a moon lander, but it is what it is. So then the next move from here is we are going to get our fuel tanks, and we are going to adapt that bad boy out. Oh wait. Oh, hang on. Alright, this is not how I should approach this, but consider me intrigued. You are spaced out enough to accommodate it. Alright. Okay. So that's gonna go and expand out to that. So we look at our main sales, they get 310 for their ISP in space, whereas the Poodle gets 350. So it is a pretty significant boost. It's over 30% better better fuel efficiency in space. Though the mainsail gets way more go in space. So if we were to do something like that, and in space, we get 4,700 delta V. But if we switch you back down to Kerbal and put you at sea level, you get 1,200 delta V. And you get 0.07 TWR. Meanwhile, if I take you and I chuck you on here, we get 3,500 delta V, and we get TWR of 1.43. So just about the sweet spot that you'd want for taking off from Kerbal. So we might just take our chances with this. We are going to need more get up and go than that, though. So we got a couple of options. One is we could take this whole thing, and give ourselves... Oh, hey, get you out of here. Give ourselves like a whole extra layer out here of even more rockets. Because it should burn... It should burn around 2,000 to get to orbit. Maybe another 2-ish thousand to get out to the moon. We would ditch this. We'd switch over to that one, which is like 4,000 to land on the moon. So we're in the realm that we might be able to do it. I do feel like, though, if we slap on... if we slap on some solid rocket boosters, that kind of thing, we could potentially give ourselves a much better chance of doing that. Because it's one of those things that, like, because of the finickiness of Kerbal Space Program, you don't want to be like, it'll technically do it. You want to be like, no, it is going to work. Like, you need to give yourself that extra, all that extra wiggle room. Hey, Night Dweller, how's it going? Alright, so we got the solid rocket boosters. We want to move this stage up here. And the solid rocket boosters by themselves gives me about 1 TWR, which is actually not shabby. We'll combine them here. And what we're also going to do, because I've been finding this is just a good setup for me. You actually slept decently? Nice. Decent sleep for the win. What I've been doing is this, which is just taking the time with the solid rocket booster, putting the fuel tank on top of it, and then just funneling into the main engines. All right. So we'd have all this. We probably want to go in here. And we want the tail fins for where we're pushing the atmosphere. By this point, we're starting to come out of the atmosphere. Those are also not centered at all. That's better. Okay, so first stage only has about 1,000 delta V, pretty good TWR, gets us pretty far. Second stage also has very good TWR, which is just your overall thrust, gets me a good 3,000 delta V in that stage. By then we are in space, which then we get another 4,000-ish delta V plus whatever's left over there. That could potentially work. I'm a little concerned we're still not gonna be in great shape, but I am willing to give this an attempt now. Now, we do make sure to, in our very first main voyage, load it up with as many innocent souls as possible. That is just the way this works. Wait, hang on. I think I just noticed something that's going to be deeply upsetting to me. Come on. And we don't have an antenna on this one, but we shouldn't need an antenna on this one. Oh, hey, why are you deployed? What? Why are you deployed? You shouldn't be deployed yet. Oh no, you're not. Well, what? Did I misunderstand the thing? I was under the impression you hit the button and it went out. I know you can have ones that pop off, but that's more to protect our instruments down here. Because that's the way... Because my intention for this thing is for this thing to keep them from burning up there. Because in that case, you go up here. Actually, we probably don't even do that. Bearing staged. Bearing not staged. Huh. I mean, I guess I'm okay with it just staying deployed, because ultimately it's just to protect this whole thing from burning up in a horrible fire on return. Okay. Well, let's see how this goes. I'm potentially expecting problems, but you know, there's only one way to find out. Sometimes you just have to test. We should see a whole lot of portraits down there. If we don't, that means we goofed by resetting the launch. SAS on. Fuel up. Jebediah's good at all those things. I just realized we didn't even have the anchors where. Alright, so grab these two stages. You're gonna slowly bring the throttle down. We are getting a wobble. A wibbly wobbly. It is getting more erratic and violent as we go. I'm waiting for things to bang against each other and explode. Alright. So we haven't done enough of the auto struts thing. So, auto strut, heavy. And let's see how that goes. I want to keep that around 1.5 TWR is what we're aiming for right now. As we go, we'll throttle down little by little. That's a little too much. And when the solid rocket boosters are right about to expend themselves, we crank it up. Okay, so I don't need to worry about managing those. We're getting a little bit of vibration again, not the same kind that we got the last time where things were just spiraling more and more aggressively. It is holding together as one rigid object. It's probably all this exposed science stuff is just catching air, maybe the landing gear. Why are you getting super wobbly and wonky? I might have to go and auto strut this top piece. Bearing catching air? Alright. Yeah, and I tried popping the fairing and it actually didn't help much. I think it's just because we have that whole big long extension off the top of it, that this part up here is running into problems. So auto strut enabled to the root part. Auto strut enabled to the root part. Auto strut enabled to the root part. So let's try that. So everything's kind of like pulled up to the front, except we have also struts going out towards the main engine. So we kind of lock the back together as one solid piece. And then we're trying to like kind of doing that. The fairing's not actually built. Well, the fairing to me is just a shield to protect it for returning, not for going out. Yeah, I could put a fairing on the other side to help with aerodynamics up there. I was more worried. This is meant for re-entry, not for outbound. We do not appear to be getting nearly the same violent wobbling. We're getting a very light one this time. So I think anchoring everything onto the main pod has fixed that problem. So it's just need more struts. Okay. What are you sending up? Like 12 people to the moon. Plus a whole bunch of scientific equipment. Okay. It's gonna slowly work its way to the horizon line. Don't care about the TWR anymore. We are burning that a lot faster than I'd like to, but that's okay. This is the get to the moon stage. We don't have to land at the moon at this stage, but this is just the get to the moon stage. So we're going to start throttling it back. Switch over to you, start aiming to be a bit more horizontal. Okay. So not full burn. We're gonna bring up the burn the more and more that the apoapsis starts to get to the horizon line. So we can hopefully burn a bit on the efficiency side. Not waste all of it going to the apoapsis, get a lot of it going into the periapsis. It's starting to go up again. We're just gonna hover along this point. That should get us a relatively fuel-efficient orbit. The downside is we are already burning quite a bit of fuel for our next stage, but that should be okay. We don't have the much more fuel-efficient engines on here this time. We're just going with what we got. To bring these down even more. I'm just trying to achieve kind of like as cheap of an orbit as possible right now. while you're getting that sorted, we want to go to the moon. Not too picky about when or where. We're already a relatively good plane. Adjust you back down to the horizon line. Okay, we're about to achieve orbit and probably have about 1,000 delta V to spare. I'll probably burn about 600 or so of that to get out to the moon. A little bit more to get into where we're going to be kind of inserting ourselves into orbit. And then I might have just enough to start the landing on the moon before this stage is done. We'll see. And we are officially in a stable orbit. So I want to be around here. Okay, I think that's about as much as we're going to get away with. So it's still going to be about 800. So that is unfortunate. We'll bring it around real fast. We will still be in this stage, which that's good news. So move it towards the prograde. And once it's at prograde... What's that prograde? What's going on here? Oh, right. Without thrust, you have very little control. Hopefully, that's not going to be too big of a problem when I ditch all this weight back here. Because if it is, that'll be a big problem. Not much more to add to that. It'll just be a big problem. Switch you. Go to this. Keep bringing it over. Keep bringing it over. Not exact science, we just need to be relatively in the moon's area. Very low thrust to bring it over as fast as I can. Okay. Alright, and maneuver is done. Let's get to the point that we are officially in lunar orbit. I still got 200 delta V. We should have a nice long orbit here, which should make it relatively easy to get ourselves down towards landing on the moon. I'll do a quick save as we go here. This will probably drop us in pretty wide on the moon. It's actually not as bad as I thought it was going to be, but still pretty wide. So I'll get you over here. Turn off SAS for right now. And we just want to bring ourselves in, hopefully on the sunny side of the moon for the time being. Did I leave room in this thing for any? No, we completely filled up, so we're not rescuing anyone. Well, that's unfortunate. That's the reason why you should pay more. It'd make me more likely to notice that I haven't done my work for you. Sorry, question, but did you play War Tales? I did play War Tales. It was a lot of fun. Played that 2 days ago, 3 days ago, something like that. Okay. Now, the only snag is my last stage is both my landing and my get home stage. Guess I don't have a reason to not trigger that, but I'll wait just in case something's in the way of something else. You mean, more, you're 2 days ago, and you're interested in seeing more? Yeah, so I did put it up on a poll earlier on stream if people wanted to see it, and it didn't get that many votes. I'm not against playing more of it. One of the challenges with games like War Tales for streaming purposes is because there is a story-driven element to it. It's kind of every stream that people miss, you'll just have the viewership drop off. So I did put it up to a poll. I have had quite a few people ask me to play more though, so I'm not against playing more. We just did KSP and then I had it on the vote and it won. But that might be coming back. The problem we also have right now is it's like every day we're having so many games drop an update, which is a good problem to have, but it's made it very hard to commit to something that's going to take real time because there's just always more, always more, always more. They basically got these engines running at pretty close to the minimum that they'll stay turned on for. But yeah, now it's possible to play more. It kind of depends on the community. It's a classic people vote with their eyeballs, that kind of nonsense. So like we've got a run of farm sim going on, we've got this going on, War Tales off fun. Is there anything particularly interested in playing, or is it mostly a come what may situation? Well, if I'm specifically in the mood to really play something, unless it's something I've got a very, very strong reason to not play on the channel, I'll usually just play it. But it's kind of one of those things that there's so much coming out at all times that it's the challenge is I like to play games that tend to be the kind that you get into and there's just a lot there, so you end up needing to put a lot of time in. So it takes a little bit to commit to doing another one of those kind of games that I usually want to get a feel for, hey, do I think my community is going to enjoy this game? Because to me, it's very frustrating if I start a game that's a long game and I only get to do a couple streams into it, and then like the viewership just goes into free fall, because that happens. Like a lot of people, they check out a game, they kind of make the decision, yes, I'm going to play this, no, I'm not. And it's hard to do with people being in and out. Well, yeah, so if I streamed less hours, it would be weirdly easier for me to do a lot of story-driven stuff, because if you're someone who streams like 3 days a week, 4 or 5 hours a stream, the odds that people miss your stream gets much lower. But since I do stream like 9 hours almost every day, you nearly guarantee that people are going to miss large chunks of a story-driven game. And as I mentioned, the challenge there is as people miss chunks of the story, they tend not to come back for more of it, because then you come back and you're like, who is this person? What's going on? I don't understand. Or you're just kind of, disappointed you missed a chunk. Yeah, because missing one session or part of a session doesn't mean it's out. Exactly. Right. And you might have time because, like, again, if it's 3 days a week, you might have a time between then to, like, catch up on the VOD or whatever. But since I stream almost every day, the opportunity to like circle back and catch up on missed content is a lot harder. But yeah, no, I'm not against playing more War Tales. As opposed to passing out for half the road trip and wondering what year it is. Yeah, that can be sometimes the vibe of what's going on. But yeah, it's one of the reasons why I'll pop in and I'll play like a narrative heavy game and I'll do like one stream just to be like, hey, you know, does this interest you, that kind of thing. And it's not that we never play narrative games, but if the narrative game is going to be a longer narrative game, it's a much, much harder sell. Like, I have to be fairly convinced. Like, let's say the new Subnautica comes out, and they're like, by the way, 120 hours. It's very unlikely. But let's just say they're like 120 hours, that's how much is in here. You know, that's a big game. I would feel comfortable doing it because I know that's a game that a lot of our community would just be absolutely on board with, so I wouldn't feel too bad about that. But a game like War Tales, I know there's a lot of people who very much love the game, but is that like a minority of the channel, a majority of the channel? Unfortunately, I don't have a good way to quantify that. So it's hard to gauge if I want to invest, because it's very frustrating, especially like if you've been playing a game for a while. Let's say I start War Tales and I get like 4 or 5 streams in, and then the drop off comes hard and fast, and now I'm really invested in the story, and then I have to go, okay, what do I want versus what lets me keep paying my bills, and these aren't necessarily the same thing, and it can be very, very frustrating and difficult to do. Alright. So pretty soon this stage runs out of fuel. They don't get to know how you show up. Yeah, no, there's not really a way to quantify ahead of time how your audience will react. You have good guesswork sometimes. But there's other times, like, it can be a very frustrating thing where you're like, there's this game, you're like, oh man, my audience is going to love it. We've got these cool plans. We're going to do all this stuff. And then you play it, and it's an incredibly lukewarm reaction. And you're like, oh, okay, like, this actually was a miss. And it happens. Like, that's nothing wrong with your audience or anything. Like, you're trying to guess what people want. And then there's other times where you'll go in and you'll be like, okay, I really don't know about this game. I don't think my audience is going to be receptive to it. And then you check it out, and it ends up being a thing that really, really the community just 100% gets behind. We've had a number of those that, like, I was really not sure how much people are going to want to check out, that ended up being just huge games for the channel. And just the same, like, I have had some that I expected people to resonate with, and then just, you know, I haven't had those ones, the ones that, like, you really expect a lot, and then, like, I haven't had those be, like, literally just horrible response. I've definitely had them underwhelm. But that's just it. There's a lot of guesswork, and it's one of those things you don't look at, like, your audience is like one giant ubiquitous thing. Like, there are people who are going to be into first-person shooters. There's going to be people who are into, you know, whatever game. Especially as variety, you're going to have people kind of all over the place so far as what they want. Okay. So we are coming down for a landing. We're going to bring it around here. And that's just kind of the thing, is to almost think of your audience as not one audience, but a bunch of, like, these, like, separate, like, subsets of audiences that are kind of all mutually there. Well, you're being bad audience, because you only catch you up live, like now 8 a.m. after night shift. Oh yeah, well, I mean, very few people watch the VODs. It actually is one of those things that catches me by surprise, and they're like, oh yeah, you know, I just checked out the VOD yesterday, and it's, like, super appreciated, and it's there for a reason. But, like, with Twitch, people watching the VODs is pretty infrequent thing. Okay, so if everything goes according to plan, I should be able to land this monstrosity. And then hopefully still have at least like 2,000 Delta V left. Because if I still have like the 2,000 Delta V left, at that stage, right, we do have the throttle going there. At that stage, we would be able to get back to Kerbal fairly safely. Kerbin. Kerbal are the people. Now, worst case, we do have a docking port, and there is in orbit around here. That is a ship that's got almost 8,000 fuel. We would be able to top off this thing to give us a little extra oomph. Hopefully not necessary, but we'll see. And you're supposed to have about 1 TWR, which surprised me that the Poodle's going to have a full TWR for as much as here. I must be overestimating how much these things weigh. The downside is that orbital speed needs to come down to basically 0. And it is not coming down nearly fast enough. But all I can do now is just hold the throttle and hope for the best. I guess we actually care about the surface speed more, but that'll be a thing. Okay, so now that the apoapsis is going to go negative soon, it should start shifting this where that'll slowly shift up till it's straight up and down. Problem is, we're still going almost 500 meters a second. And we are going into a mountain range. So we might be reloading here in a second. Because I don't think we're going to stop nearly fast enough for this to not be fatal. Yep, that is gonna be a real fast and hard hit there. Okay. Load our quick save. I need to clean up these quick saves. I wish these were in time order. So how many days are we in? So we are at 253 days. There's 253 days there. That's the moment we hit the ground. So we would need this one. That's 252 days. Yeah, it's just I basically need to start braking way earlier than I did. Okay, retro. Get there. All right. Now we can just deorbit again. Okay. I really need a reaction wheel on it. I should have put it right back here, so it would ditch it after that stage. It's fine. It's slow, but we're okay. All right. And as soon as it comes around, we throttle up. We start dropping it down. Yeah, this might actually be the last Kerbal Space Program stream for a little bit, I think. Just to mix up the content. Because I don't even know what stream we're on for this. We've definitely been playing a lot of this lately. Like, it's a great game. Just been playing a ton of it recently. Which makes sense. Artemis went up, there's been a whole bunch of hype around it. Yeah, so get in there. If only the sequel, you know? I know, right? I mean, to be fair, if the sequel did deliver, we probably would have binged the sequel until we started burning ourselves out. Did you sort yourself out? But yeah, we would have binged the sequel until there was like nothing left, you know, when that dropped. What is your deal, man? Vector. You shouldn't be struggling nearly that bad. Like, I understand when the engines are not going and, you know, struggling, but when you have the engines, they vector. You got a pizza ad. It's morning. It's not very effective. Counter argument. You get halfway through your day and you're just like, man, I want pizza. It can be sometimes hard to like trace back where the want came from. To be fair, we're about to kick off these bigger rockets, which is why this thing is so terrible. It's not really meant to spend time in space with these rockets doing a whole lot of maneuvers. Just the one or two, and then that's that. Come on. Bring it on over. Now I could vector to line itself up quicker. There, that's what I expect. Not this, like, going, you know, 30% past and then coming back and, like, but you vector. You could just vector the other way. It's interesting that's labeling no periapsis at all right now. Like it's got these measurements, but it's not actually marked on the line. Okay, we're not going to do anything fancy. We're just literally going to retro burn until we start bringing it in. Okay. Just going ahead and bringing the periapsis in closer. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to back off here. Let's take about halfway around. Our surface speed will build up gradually. So instead of waiting until it's like all the way over there, we can go ahead and get here. We'll set retrograde again. And drop that speed back down again to something like 50, come in a little bit farther. That way we're not slingshotting and trying to fight all the speed at once. Okay. We'll probably end up coming out along in this area, along this side of the crater. Bring it around a bit more, because I do want to try and land on the light side so I can get sun, otherwise all batteries could potentially run out. Which would be fixed by just letting it orbit until we're on the sunny side again. But, you know, I'd rather not. Okay, so I think we're fully committing to the landing now. This time we're way up higher compared to where we were last time. All right. We'll bleed up a bunch of this momentum. We'll start bringing it down more and more. Okay. Gotcha. See, if I switch it to orbital, it'll get us dropping straight down faster. That might be the play, is keep us on orbital retrograde for right now until we're starting to get closer to vertical, and then switch to the surface one. Now obviously we got a long ways to go till we're down. So this is gonna be a thing that we're going to like let off and get back on. It's just this thing. How's the TWR? It was about 1, which is good for the moon. 1's a perfectly good TWR. But yeah, no, it definitely doesn't seem like we're doing much of anything very fast. To be fair, I can burn for 20 minutes from according to that. I think it's I just put a very small engine on it, and I probably could have put more on here, but that's fine. Yeah, one TWR is low for landing on the moon. I had people saying that it was like 1/3 the amount you need for Kerbal was about right, which would be half. It's fine. It'll gradually go up as we go down there, and our rocket gets a little bit lighter. Eventually these will get empty too. Alright, let's start bringing this down closer. I don't want to waste all my fuel trying to hold myself up that high. Okay. So we're still shaving off speed. Let's switch you over to show the ground height. All right. This is gonna be a very slow landing. I don't think you can throttle up while... Okay. Yeah, the point is I don't want to... Like, it's a catch-up. You don't want to decelerate way too slow and then, like, come in very slow, because then you're just wasting fuel. I'm kind of just letting a slow burn so that we're at least slowly bleeding off our speed. We can start ramping it up as we get closer. It's always the catch of like how close you need to be before it's time to really start cutting. Because ideally we want to make sure we have, you know, a good 2,000 and some change to get home. If we at least get enough that it can get into orbit and meet up with the station, that'd be good. The station's kind of in higher orbit around the moon, which wasn't necessarily the right choice. And honestly, I'll probably burn a lot of fuel just trying to meet up with it due to lack of RCS and whatever. Still. Start shedding off some speed. Because you can probably hit the ground at a good, like, 20-25 ms and be okay. But we are coming down pretty quick. Can back this off a bit. Your sister and brother-in-law are on their way home with a new puppy. She's a boxer lab mix who came all the way from Texas. The shelter in Texas had her regularly ships animals to shelters and fosters in other states. They had a bus of animals coming to Washington for an adoption event tomorrow. So she got to put on that bus, and it picked her up a couple hours ago. Nice. All right, keep on bringing it down. Now, if you can time it right, going and like thrusting right by the end is usually one of your more efficient things. If I ever get to the point where I start coming back up, like I can get to the point where I'm just wasting fuel, just kind of hovering. But as you can see, that's ticking down about 1 every second. Whereas this is not ticking down nearly as fast. That's kind of the juggle there. Is getting these lined up relatively close. Now our TWR has dropped to 0.69. Ah, so that was our TWR in vacuum. Well, I mean, we're in vacuum the whole time, but at a higher altitude. Gotcha, so I messed up at the beginning, which means we're going to have a pretty low TWR for liftoff. Probably like 0.25 or something. Okay. Let's ramp it back up. Because it'd be better that we land safely and we have to, like, assist ourselves leaving again than just smash into the ground and that's that. Yeah, try and hover it around the 100 mark, I guess. So we're a bit closer. Okay. And also because we're burning this way, we are slowly adjusting ourselves so far as our horizontal speed and all that. Hopefully get ourselves to sit down nice and gently. Weights the force of gravity, sometimes mass. So mass is going down a bit, burning the fuel, but how the game calculates gravity is an inverse square root function in the center of the object. The closer you are to the moon, the worse your TWR is. In other words, shenanigans. So let's back this off a little bit. In other words, rocket science. Right. But a lot of the times, like, a lot of the way the game calculates versus real life, things can get weird. Okay. We're basically holding our speed and just slowly losing altitude. That way we can, throttle up towards the end and not waste too much fuel. There's gonna be a catch, because like I said, these can take a pretty good hit. There's some pretty strong struts. But at the same time, we definitely want to make sure we're not going so fast we just slam into the ground and bounce over on our side or just explode or whatever. Just slowly hovering down. Okay. Gotcha, I see. So this is the way we want to prevent ourselves from drifting. Let's try and remember. So we're pretty close to a straight vertical up and down now. Gotta touch the fuel just a smidge up. As we get closer, the gravity's getting more meaningful. Okay. Yeah, no, definitely having the stronger engines would make the landing much faster because I could just bring it down more and then full flare on the engines when I get close. But having a much weaker engine, it's kind of hard to get a feel for when I should be flaring this thing up or when I shouldn't. Just let it fall for a minute. I feel like it'd be pretty wasteful on my fuel by just letting it come down that slowly. Just losing fuel to gravity. Okay. Like full throttle. Okay, so full throttle does go decent speed. Oh, that's not what I want. I'm gonna pin you. And the reason for pinning that We're going to land in the crater. We're going to land wherever it drops us. If it happens to be in a crater, it's in a crater. If it happens to not be in a crater, it's not in a crater. But this way, when we're like right on the last bit, I can just shut off the engine versus trying to throttle it down the whole way. It's always those things you end up trying to ramp up and down the throttle to land safely. And you can just end up like launching yourself back up in the air and then like creating a whole big problem. I've done that plenty of times. We're definitely getting down to fine. I am being very inefficient on my fuel, so I'm pretty worried we're not getting back up fine. I mean, we still do kick these off. For what it's worth, we are still going to kick these off when they run out. And that will help with some of that. And this isn't showing that in the calculation. Because otherwise it should have whatever this middle set of tanks here are up here. Okay. And at 10,000, I'm going to try and bring our speed down to about 50 ms going down. And then we'll try to bring it down to like 25 or less when we're getting pretty close to like smack into the ground time. The U.S. side over here. We do not want to kick these off during landing. That is what my landing gear are attached to. Okay, come on. Yeah, now it's looking like we're going right down the middle of that crater. Yeah, and I definitely started the slowdown / hover way earlier than I should have. But at the same time, you know, I've also been worried that we wouldn't be able to slow down enough with how small this engine is. Okay, so we can start bleeding off more speed. And drop ourselves to around 50 meters a second. Okay. Then we'll full throttle when this is about, you know, 1,000 of that, or 100 times that. And just try and kind of keep it about the same. There'll be a little bit of feathering up and down the throttle as we go down. And then right at the end, we're going to kill the throttle entirely, so we just drop. That way we don't skid across the ground, because you can bounce really easily. When you do, you start getting a lot of lateral motion, then you're trying to correct it, and it can be a whole mess. Your calculations, What's showing on the side? We can check. It is exactly 1 right now. Precisely exactly 1. Okay. And it looks like our separate fuel tanks are going to run out just about the same time we actually land. So then it'll be the 2 stages in the middle here to get us out of here. Okay. We're now shaded from the sun by the planet, or by the moon, not the planet. It's not technically a planet. It is a celestial object, but not a planet. Okay. We're down to the last 1,000 meters. We have a slight sideways motion, but not much. Just checking some stats real fast. Slowing down too much. We do need to land it sometime this year. Okay, so those are ready to pop off as soon as we're landed. Like when we go to take off, because right now we are actually using the main fuel reserve we were really hoping to spare for getting home. Alright. Couple more seconds, and we are down. Yes, this has been an incredibly inefficient landing. But we'll get down there. We'll get back up, you know, into a really crappy orbit. And we will see if we can't either meet up with the fuel vessel or just get out of here. Okay, we got 300 meters. $250. 200 meters. $150 meters. $80, $70, $60, $50, $40, $30, $20. Fuel off. And we're going over. Which does mean, unfortunately, that is a reset. Because I can't pick it back up from that. I also have no idea what exploded. Alright, load. So that way... Yeah, we happened to land right in a crater. I should have drifted more, but we had a horribly inefficient landing. So that would have been 10 minutes ago. That is one of the downsides of these things, is some of these things take a little bit of time, and then if it just goes badly... Yeah, no, that was the thing. We definitely did not land efficiently. I started that way too early. Yeah, I don't like that you took me to the tracking station, when in theory we've got you coming down. Yeah, so I gotta wait till way later to try and burn that. This is that the first one of just smashing into the ground at speed because we didn't have nearly enough to stop. We went with the other extreme of just stopping way too early. Alright. So this time we are at 30,000. We're just gonna let you go complete free fall. And let's just full throttle it at 10,000 and see how it goes. See how much speed we can bleed off at that point. I personally feel like that'll be a little late, but I definitely don't want to spend the next half hour just slowly running the thrust the whole time to not smash into the ground at speed. Unfortunately, it looks like this is one we're already kind of landing in that crater, which the crater's fine. We just happen to hit an edge. Like, there's a little lip in the crater there. Okay. Yep, no, I am aware they are their own biome. We even have a thing to retrieve a rock from the crater, but I believe we need like a scan tool or something for that. We need the rover arm or whatever. Alright, we're about to hit 10,000 feet, so throttle it on up. That's gonna be way too late. I kind of figured as much. But, you know. Yeah, we didn't even shave off, like, 10 ms. Yeah, so we're just gonna smack into the ground at speed. There's zero chance these landing gear can handle 200 meters a second. Alright, load that save. Let's double check. So again, you were at 253. So we have you, which is the one we just did. Was there another 253 here? No, so that is the save we would do. The other one would be one step back, where we'd be getting the drop-in. So with that, with the 10,000 being nowhere near enough, we could do 15,000. Which, you know, it is only 5,000 more, but as you're slowing down all that... Yeah, I'm basically trying to not have to sit there and, you know, baby it the whole way down. So we're seeing, like, how close I can just full-on throttle and land it, which is probably not the right approach. But, you know. I also find it interesting you're not allowed to leave things throttled up while fast-forwarding or anything else like that, but it kicks me over to the stage. It is because save scumming is free. Yeah, and we've talked about before. I think it updated the save to after it's smashed. We have one farther back. Like I said, it's weird. It's weird to me when it kicks me out of the ship when you were in the ship when you quick saved, and then you have to load this, then pull up the tracking station, then click on it, then do another load screen. I mean, actually, there's a load screen to the tracking station as well. Ah, this is already after it's hit the ground. Okay, so it did a new quick save there. Like I said, we did a manual quick save when we were first coming down in orbit. We'll try and again bring it in a lot closer before I start the whole thing. So we don't hover half the way down there. Yeah, so that's what it is. So there's one at 252 here. All right. So honestly, I mean, there's only 2 hours left to stream. Because I'm on that fence where, like, you know what? I kind of just don't want to do this one again. But with only 2 hours left to stream, well, I wouldn't wrap up now. That's for sure. But what do I even switch to? If I were to switch to something just to kind of wind down stream. Because everything I would probably play would, be a time sink. Get into lunar orbit. Get to around there. Because we can definitely land this. That's no problem. It's can we land this and then also be able to take it up and it not be a huge chore. Yeah, if I were to play something else right now, I mean, I'd be okay with a couple different options. Even though something like News Tower, we wouldn't get very far into it, I would still be up with starting that. Oh, I wish... Can't I pull up the previous polls results? Well, that's what I'm looking is, what was the polls results? I know you could, I think it's the mod view you can pull it up. Are we able to see? Because it was this one. I think Farm Sim was up there. And I don't remember what else was up there. Was it News Tower? I think News Tower was the other one that was up there as well. That it was between the 3 of them and just this thing. Yeah, News Tower and that more or less tied. We'll do a real fast poll. Because I need to use the restroom anyways. A real fast poll here. What do? News Tower Farm Sim. The real fast poll going on there. Between those two. Because I am just kind of sitting here like, you know what? I kind of don't want to deal with that again. So what's going to happen here is I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Oh yeah, the little guardsman clip. Yeah, yeah. All right. Well, it's very much going entirely one way. So I'm gonna go ahead and get the switch over. Yeah, I'll take the time to bring up the YouTube side. That's the words. I was debating if I wanted to take the time to like go and re-enter all the metadata and all that. Yeah, also do a little bit of farm sim to kind of wind down. I very much enjoying Kerbal Space Program and all that. I definitely feel like I think I'm ready for a break from Kerbal. I do really enjoy Kerbal, but how many hours have I put in this last week? Um, it's definitely been a decent number. But it's definitely one of those games that like you get kind of in the flow of it, and then you can kind of do a whole bunch. But like, there's a rhythm with it. So I don't think it's a game. I mean, some people probably binge it. I mean, actually, I said I binged it the first time. But some of those games where you do like a couple days, you're like, ah, cool. Like I've had my Kerbal fix. I'll come back later to do more. So with that said, let me go and get Kerbal out of the way here real quick. We'll definitely be back to Kerbal in some time in the future, if not sooner. We'll definitely be back when Kitten Space Agency comes up. For those watching on YouTube, the stream will be coming down and then coming back up in like a minute or so, because I gotta redo the metadata and all that kind of nonsense. So let me go ahead and I'll catch you all in a minute. Over here on Twitch, we are currently closing Kerbal. It doesn't like to close. It likes to hang there for a minute and be like, "Did you dare close me?"